See how it goes. May or may not be a sub-holding warning. Give it a shot. Looks like our Frigga Movers deck is one of the more popular Frigga decks. Frigga Pixie. Yeah, the only thing I'm not, like... There's like this, I'm sure this negative deck is fine, but like, what's the plan? What's the plan with Frigga here, right? It's like, you're gonna play Mr. Negative on turn, I guess, 3 sometimes, and then you're gonna copy your good Mr. Negative card. Like, you're probably winning those games anyways, right? Luatek, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Gritzig Gravy, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Scott Little Broski, thanks for the 1.5 years. Cranky Day, thanks for the 1/4 of a year. Yeah, like, I like Frigga in the move deck a lot because she, like, actively solves a problem the deck has, which is that, like, so you lack a second payoff a lot of the time, right? And, like, that's not really a problem in negative, generally speaking. Just like playing her in the this Pixie Anti-Venom shell was really good. We got a Infinite Conquest win with this at the end of last season. Retro Crop, thank you for the 5 months. Spreadicus, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. My hidden superpower is definitely getting people to post messages on their burner accounts for the first time. I've set follower mode to an hour, and we'll see if that gives us a reasonable. And I think a lot of people who want to be obnoxious have a shorter attention span than that. Like, this deck looks fine. Like, Ajax has, like, consistently had good stats. I guess, like, there's some matchups where copying US agent's kind of a banger, yeah? Let's try this one. There's some good theory here, at least. One of the things to take note of if you're someone who's not super familiar with untapped data is that, generally speaking, when we're looking at pre-infinite data because the season rolled over, like, these decks that are, like, close to 60% win rates, these are decks that are probably actually good. And then you get down to something like this, which has all right cubes, but its win rate, even with bot inflation, is only 55%. This deck is likely trash. Same here too, right? Like, this deck is almost assuredly garbage if it's only at 50% with AIs inflating its win rate. Scorpion for Medusa. Yeah, that sounds fun for metagaming. New season pass card. Yeah, we played some Frigga in the Movers deck yesterday. It was alright. I need to clear some deck space here real quick. Misery Thorns, I like Double Dump, I like Werewolf Bounds, I like Kitty Bounds. I think I picked the Discord. Yeah, I think that's correct. Lots of meme videos who truly, genuinely one of the best sponsored segments I've done in a really long time. Game was super fun. If you missed it live, you should definitely go check it out. Never my kitty. I'd upgrade Frigga towards the orange border here so she can match a little bit.
Animated.
I like the idea of copying Black Widow. Copying Black Widow sounds kind of slow and bad. And re-Black Widowing, maybe if Black Widow costs 2 still, but re-Black Widowing on turn 5 means your opponent doesn't have to commit the Widow's Bite to the board, which means it has diminishing returns. Yes, yeah, you'd rather just absorbing man. Is exactly right. Oh, you're right. I totally turned the game volume up the other day, didn't I? No? I don't think so. No, the game volume should be okay. That's where it's always at. I think it's where it's always at. It's a bit loud. All right, I'll pull it down a touch. Yeah, system update or something, change something. Pull it down a hair. I also have a tough time getting Lapras. I have 0 Lapras EX on my Pokemon account still, but the card also sucks, so I'm like not in a hurry. Alright. Anybody doing anything interesting with Suitor? Flanker in the Moon Girl double up deck. This is cute. Suitor. God, it's so many 4s. How is there no Psylocke in this deck? This deck's gotta be better with Psylocke, yeah? Moon Girl Suitor deck feels really good. I mean, the Moon Girl deck was good before Suitor. What was it playing in that slot before? I cut Gwenpool for Suitor? I don't know that I love cutting Gwenpool. Gwenpool's pretty good in this deck. Alright, let's play some stat. YouTube side, I'm gonna put YouTube chat member only mode, I think. I don't have enough moderators over there and I miss it. I miss it too frequently. There's too many chats to keep track of. If you want to chat for free and you're on the YouTube side, I'm gonna leave Twitch chat open because we've got plenty of moderators over here. Before we dive into games, I need to tap a Twitch ad roll for the morning, so we'll scroll a little bit more. While we let that happen, we'll start playing in about 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Appreciate the early crew. Yeah, Gore should be a sweet release. Hopefully. I think Gore as potentially playable outside of negative too. I don't think you need that many to make it that powerful. Try some more of this today. Copying Stature and Hood's Demon both seem potentially good. I love Killmonger in the deck, though. Ironically, might try Carnage. I guess Carnage interferes with... Maybe it's Deathlock? To not interfere with, Not interfere with Moon Knight. I think Frigga's a really interesting build-around card that probably isn't very powerful. Ferris, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Sympaticos, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Fashal, thank you for the 1.5 years. I missed a few of those there while we were scrolling. Good morning, folks. Frigga will get a buff. I don't really expect buffs to any of the cards. They really haven't, like, we've had a lot of pretty mediocre card releases recently, and they haven't really been on top of buffing them quickly. I guess they gave, like, Misery 1 point, but it feels like a lot of the misses have just been left to be misses. As part of the kind of tension or struggle with Snap, is we've had some kind of mid-tier releases that haven't gotten a lot of attention. Fucking split. What's going on, Zender? Thanks for the almost 3 years. Morning, good morning. Bye, season pass card. Extra Energy is a little bit sad for us here, because our deck almost assuredly is full of 4s, yeah. Thank you for the almost 4 years, Zeckles. Appreciate it. It's just this. I could do this with the shard and draw some cards, but I think I want to attack their hand a little bit.
Clear for takeoff.
So a solid bounce list you could climb with. Probably something involving Agent Venom, I'd imagine. Copy Stature sounds lovely. Moon Knight's our best draw here. Oh, Blade's not bad either, though, right? This is plus 11 over here. I'll limp for one. I don't know that our draw is going to be powerful enough here to win the game. Oh my goodness, what a disaster. That's so frustrating. Man, you know what's extra funny? If I would have snapped, we would have won. Because they would have moved Hydro Bomb into the center. Freaking rip. 1 point short over here. Lesson learned, always boomer snap, something like that. Hydro Bob moves after location resolve. Oh, does he? Oh, I guess the ham would have died anyways, right? We would have been 8-7. Yeah, we were done either way. Good show. Feels like a mute everyone kind of morning. Major Tool, thank you for the baker's dozen. I appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. I should have played the hood on 1 so I could free get the demon on 3. On Deathlock this turn. Deathlock means we're dead. Shits, they have Claw too.
Escaped.
We'll lose a few more cubes with this one, but that's probably bad. is ultimately pretty low power level. Going on, Fake Buddha. Appreciate the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I assume based on the splits, this is bot hella. Oh yeah, I clicked the check the collection level. Yeah, probably 60,000. Pretty close to me. Morning, Chief.
Victory.
Retreating bots are quite the Marvel Snap experience. An interesting hand, but we're playing against Aeroshim, so. I think I did this in the right order. Full Hardy Dragon, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Been a minute. Not sure I looked at snaps since my daughter was born. Sold my life to Larcana. Hope all this well. Things are good, Speed Jaeger. We've been doing some Pokemon Pocket Edition to Snap here recently. It's been a new fun distraction. Life's good overall. I think we can beat that, yes? Says local man about to be Goliath. No, we have priority, right? This one's every time, assuredly, yes? Every time has been declared. Just wrote it up a couple of points here too. We lose the left.
Victory.
Duke got to do Frigadak and stuff. Can check that one off the list. It was a big boy. It must have absorbed Infinite or something. Whoops. Yeah, I'd assume the pocket missions counting cosmetics as higher rarity cards is an oversight. That will hopefully get fixed at some point.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
That is terrible for us, but sure. They're just cubes, chat. You can't take them with you. It's better for us than them. Not remotely. Not with the cloak there either.
Can you mute that, please?
Escaped.
I need to AFK for a minute. I don't think I'm done, but I need to BRB. Please behave. I'm gonna tap into a chat because I'm stepping away. Back in a second. Thank you. I'm back. I'm gonna delete this deck so I'm not tempted to play it again. It's probably bad. Everything will be fine. Storm can't get rid of that one anymore, gamers. Liking Frigga. She's a very interesting Marvel Snap card, but she's probably not a very good one. I feel like I'd be surprised if she's competitive long term. Cosmo Jubilee. Yeah, I've been playing Ladder instead of Conquest because the current Marvel Snap format has a lot of really polarized and kind of frustrating matchups in it. Which feels extra bad when you get locked into a full Conquest set. Thanks for letting me in, Magic. That's a good description of Frigga. So in chat says she seems low tempo. That is a apt descriptor of part of her issues.
Behold my mighty hand.
If they play Living Tribunal, they go up to 57, divide by 3. It's enough to beat 17 here. We gotta go.
Escaped.
Some of these will happen eventually, right? Oh, alliance missions.
I found a rock.
The only Frigga deck I've played so far that I liked was the... we played her in Bounce Move, and it was alright. The bots incidentally metagaming the new season pass card with their playing of Scorpion is kind of funny. Yeah, the move build was playing Madam Web. It's yesterday's Duck Island on the YouTube side.
Wind, aid my hand.
Castled, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. see if the bot will pay us out.
Victory.
And smart to open different Apex packs and pockets, or should you stick with one until you have all the cards? I think it depends on what cards you want to play with. I think if you're looking to try and be strictly optimal, there's probably a point where you have enough 3 and 4 diamond cards where it makes sense to move on, but I'd recommend opening a single pack until you have the 3 and 4 diamond cards that you want out of it. Those are the big hits. Chimichanga works well with Frigo. Yes, if we chimichanga something and then Friga, we'll get whatever the chimichanga attaches to. Be snappable, honestly. I was about to say, why didn't they play negative here? But it's because they what's it called? They do bleed into it. That's annoying. I got one of my cards. Yeah, I mean, I'm a millennial, so I played a lot of Pokemon growing up. Right in their prime age demographic. If I hit Ajax next turn, I wanna play my cards out. If I don't hit Ajax, I wanna hold them.
Behold my mighty hand.
I think we've won this one. I got on a limb.
Victory.
Negative 20. Seems weird to play 2 cards to get to negative 20. Yes, might be a mistake. Yes, when U.S. Agent is good, it's great. For sure. You have 20 keys should you get Friga. I'd be very surprised if she's a must-have competitive card. It's a good one to get for free. Yeah, it's very easy for Agent to be a 2/7 if you could play it on the last turn. As like a little bit of a deck building requirement, but not a huge one. I think if you're missing Red Guardian or Copycat, this is a fine week to spend your resources. I think you'll be plenty happy to have Red Guardian or Copycat in your deck.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Most of our hits here are solid. It's my favorite release of the last month. I mean, probably Toxin, right? Like I believe I'm legally obligated to answer Toxin to that question. And the choices here. My Ajax isn't really doing anything, right? Is the problem? But if I don't do it now, I can't play for here yet. I'd say read the room, Twitchy, but really just read the pin message. Thanks. Doesn't even require social awareness. Agent Venom's a very solid Marvel Snap card. Easily the best release snap in the last couple of months. So gave it a good spot now to give it another try. I don't know that I'd say it's a bad spot. I don't know that I'd say it's a particular high spot either. I think the current format's like a 5 out of 10 maybe. Maybe 5.5. It's not the worst, but it's not the best either. Yeah, if you dig back, the main YouTube has all the old variety playthroughs in it. First best. There's a lot of tech cards in the current format. A lot of Cosmo, Shadow King, Eliath. Suitor is basically just a Scar Enabler. Speaking of... I was like, why is it 3? I have a monster. There's a sandbar. Yeah, aeroship's relatively common in the current format, too. Alright, so this is a bot, yeah? Yep. Almost assuredly. So I'll Scar, and then we could Frigga Scar, and this Scar will make the Frigga Scar cheaper. Because Luke Cage is going to get rid of the penalty. Shout out Monster Island here for making this possible. This is 11, 18, 23. Pay me out, bot. Pay me out. Frigga's insane. I mean, with this board state, she was pretty good. When she hits, she hits. That's for sure. Humor, Mr. Noob. I think we'll hear what the series drop will be anytime soon. I believe Second Dinner's promise is they communicate series drops 2 weeks in advance, so I'd assume we'll hear about the December... Do you have the December patch day? The December patch is slated for the 12th. It takes patches to drop cards in series, so I imagine we'll get communication after the Thanksgiving holiday at the end of November. Would be my expectation for series drops communication. It's a throwback that only the OGs in Huglandia will appreciate. On today of days, November 6, 2024, Wall of Roots has been fixed on Magic the Gathering Online. The OGs know. The OGs know. When was Rise of the Eldrazi? Was it January 2016 or 2017? Someone look it up. For reference, this card's been bugged for almost a decade. Like they broke it like during the start of my content career. Magic Online's like 20 years old. Oh, was it not Rise? It might have been a different one. You're right. Am I leaving? I think I'm leaving on the snap, huh? I'll leave on the snap.
Escaped.
Whatever one they added colorless energy in. They broke Wall of Roots when they reworked the mana system to add colorless energy. It was in somewhere in like the 2016 to 2018 era. Rise. Rise is probably the wrong set name. That was Oath. Okay. I remember it was a January set. January 2016. Okay, so it took them 8 3/4 years. Almost 9 years. Almost 9 years, but they fixed it. Better late than never, yeah? I'm gonna Valentina, because the number of Valentina's generated cards can get us into Sanctum Sanctorum. And also, just for the sake of clarity, for people that don't understand Magic the Gathering cards, it is not like the card we're talking about was an uncommon card. The card we're talking about here was literally a format staple. It's not like this was some unheard of underplayed effect. Like over the time it was played, it saw a lot of play. Very, very, very funny. The bug had minimal impact on how the card functioned. That's not true. Every competitive deck that played Wall of Roots played Court of Calling. Yeah, was there a single Wall of Roots deck that wasn't a Court of Calling deck? We could get savaged by a tech card, but if they don't have a tech card, we're in an okay spot here. Wait, hazmat means Baby Shark isn't to win on the left. Thanks, Sable. Appreciate you. Still enjoying Snap? Yeah, I think Snap's all right. Mostly vibe on him until later in the game. The Marvel Zap devs stop putting Season Pass cards in Spotlight caches. It always takes a while for the Season Pass cards to come to Spotlight caches. It's almost like they want to encourage you to buy the Season Pass. Mods, we don't need to ban people breaking the pinned message unless they're being hostile. Timeouts will suffice. Thank you. Not the greatest Mr. Negative for the opponent, I suppose. You know what's funny? Going back to that Magic Online comment, apparently someone in one of my Discords is saying that the person who fixed it had the goal of fixing that bug before they joined the MTGO team. So just like literally the meme, I got the job to fix this problem. Some high quality nonsense there. That's right. They fixed Wall of Roots on Magic the Gathering Online. Almost 9 years later. Ooh, we have Frigga, Anti-Venom, Luke Cage. Snap the AI. Yeah. I always like it when you come for me, Ghost Rider. Such a lovely Ghost Rider. Oh, Valentino is easily the worst hit in our deck there. I actually know if we can beat the bot. Hopefully it's a bot that auto loses. Not a bot. I'm pretty sure it's a bot. Let's find out. Yeah, the Anti-Venom's from the Daily Bugle.
We are the future.
Minions to me.
See, chat, I told you Test would never take my cubes away.
Victory.
Never in a million years would Test dream of taking my cubes. I go to off-stream game lately, mostly just playing Genshin off-stream. Genshin and Pokemon Pocket. I've played a lot of Pocket off-stream, testing decks for their community tournaments I've been playing in. Thanks for the 66 months prototype. Appreciate the very generous tier 3. Yeah, I think I played in 3 of the community events so far. I scrubbed one of them. I went 3-3 in another, and then I 5-3'd another. This was someone from chat, so I'm gonna just give him a free cube. They have Luke Cage and we don't in the hazmat mirror, so go next. Peace. I'm out. Quicksilver always beats Wicked. Why not run Luke in a Hazmat deck? You can always see my deck list above my head here when we're playing Snap. Snap Lewis. I should probably wait to see what the Black Vortex variance is before I snap Lewis. But probably fine. Oh, yeah, I guess I could have freaking the Scar. That's a good shout. Would have been alright. It's fine. This works out too. We'll do this, and then we'll Taskmaster our 11 power Cassandra Nova. Their deck is now empty, and they have two power swarms in their hand. Coolio. Yes, they are less likely to retreat if I let them win the raid. Still happens sometimes, though. How's Fringa holding up? She's alright. I think Marvel Snap's like a solid 5 out of 10 right now. If you enjoy playing with tech cards, it's a good spot. There's a lot of Shadow King Cosmo Alliance at the moment, but there's also like some other stuff like what we're playing that's okay. I will say Marvel Snap's biggest struggle / hurdle is that it does kind of lack solid catch-up mechanics for returning players, so if you do dive back in, it's going to take you a hot minute to catch up to everything, but once you pick up cards, there's some decent stuff to be doing. Yeah, I think 5 out of 10 is a super fair descriptor. I wouldn't call the current format bad, but I wouldn't be like, yeah, this is one of the Marvel Snap formats that I love. I think Spectrum's super solid right now. I played a little bit of that recently. Yeah, I think your older decks are going to be plenty functional for sure. They're pretty likely to play a thing on the right. What are some of the things from Pokemon TCG that you'd like to see in Pocket? Honestly, I kind of wish Snap would experiment a little bit with more traditional style card releases. I think after seeing how things have played out, I wouldn't mind like more traditional sets. Oh, you're talking about in Pocket, not in Snap. I don't know if I have a good answer to that offhand. Pocket's gearing up to have pretty interesting the way they're doing sets, because they're doing some where what's it called? They're doing some sets where they're doing fuller sets, but also having mini card drops in between them. Like Pocket released 2 new cards yesterday, which I wasn't expecting. It was a pleasant surprise. They also plan to do like traditional TCG style sets. I think it's really neat that they're kind of blending the mix of like traditional card game, but also like a drip like Snap is doing. Yeah, I mean, Lapras isn't playable. They effectively released 1 playable card, but I think that's fine. I think if they had, and like there's data mines for the next card drop, next like mini drop like that in Pocket. There's gonna be 2 new cards. One is bad, one is good. I think if they had a couple of card drops like that in between each 6-week set, I think that would be a really killer pacing overall. We have no idea what balance candidates will look like for Pocket. Hopefully it'll be good and sweet. Snap RAI Overlord here. Gosh, there's so many bots. Hopefully it'll be, I was just saying, hopefully there's less bots when we get out of the 70s, but we actually just got out of the 70s, right? I actually think the singular biggest design problem with Pocket is that Pocket is currently set up where all of the water cards are balanced around Misty, and long term that could be problematic for them. I hit 100 today, and I had bots the entire way up. That's sad to hear. Like that. You guys should collect all the cards in full for. I think unless you're spending giant piles of money on Marvel Snap, you should not worry about collecting everything.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, so the bot's snapping because it's winning in 2 lanes, yeah? This gives me a free hazmat for next turn. Opponent has no cards in hand right now for reference.
Victory.
Alright, I need to run to the restroom, and we're gonna tap an ad break while we do that. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna do 1 more set with this deck, and then we'll change things up. Get some variety in today. Thanks everybody for hanging out on this Wednesday morning of Wednesday mornings. Do a few hours of snap and then some pocket. Time to hop on the bike this morning too, givers. It's finally cold outside here in the Midwest, so I haven't been able to get my my morning walk in. Extra important that we get the pedaling in while we work. So the year and a half, Ace. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, the Snap's music composer is insane. Very, very good at what they do. Alright, well we have priority at least here, so we don't have to worry about getting hosed by a random Goliath to start. Can we please put Taskmaster back to 5? I beg of you. I beg of you, Second Dinner, can we please put it back to 5? Truly, if it ends up making Bounce Move too good, just give us 2 weeks of Bounce Move being good. I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept Bounce Move being too good for 2 weeks. Best I can do is 4-4 Beast. Rip. They can always make Human Torch cost 2. Unironically, I'd have rather that change. It's Human Torch costing 2. At least that would make it resistant to Killmonger, yeah? I'm playing the US agent out here proactively because I'm going to free get it. They fill till next turn most of the time. I don't intend on regularly making the new card is it worth it style videos anymore, no. I think my content plans for the Snap channel are like monthly Spotlight Cash reviews, periodic Series 4, 5 tier lists, and then the weekly best decks roundups we're gonna keep doing. But Snap YouTube stuff in general, the metrics aren't amazing on anymore, so I'm not gonna put quite as much into it as I had been. And then obviously the daily decks on the Jeff Hoagland channel will keep up. I don't know that my body is ready to die to Enchantress on the right, but you know, it is what it is. Yes, in the event of Enchantress, I should play the Hazmat first, huh? Oh, Nova's massive. Yeah, good call. Good call. It's been so long since I had a tech card like that in Airshim. I think there's a chance that Pokemon Pocket's card acquisition will be really solid for free players if trading implements reasonably, but I agree. Average case scenario with booster packs is only okay inside of Pocket right now. What an absolutely fantastic, stellar use of everybody's time. Ran the rope almost all the way down so we could draw the game. Thanks, bud. I mean, if you're gonna do it because you can't win the game, like, that's one thing. But, like, spending the entire rope to do that is just, like, peak Airship gamer. I think a big part of Pocket's enjoyment, for me personally at least, is just, like, the lack of pressure to actually play. Like, no ladder, no conquest-style gameplay. You purely just play the game if you want to play it to have fun. Lets it be such an easy mindset. It's kind of a reminder of how much the ladder-type systems can pressure you to, like, play in ways you wouldn't normally want to play. Cybait, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Games can just be fun. It's weird, I know. That's how it used to always be. Cass, Frigga, Cass, Sable here. I have Luke Cage for Negative Zone and Scream. I think I'd snap this if I was in a snapping mood. I'm mostly just not snapping while we climb because I want to see games play out. I burned out on stat because of how many reward checks I felt obligated to chase. Yeah, for sure. I don't think you're remotely alone in that. It can be exhausting trying to keep up with it all. Well, that's why I liked the structure of High Voltage a lot. It was different than regular Snap by a good margin, and it was Marvel Snap's first truly unranked way to play the game. Does not having a ranked mode kill longevity? I actually think there's a non-zero chance that it's the opposite. And I think not having a specific ranked mode has the potential to help the longevity of a game like Pocket a good deal. Because, like someone else just said in chat, when there's too many levers, it's very easy to feel burned out. Like, sure, they keep some people playing longer, but also other people who feel like they can no longer keep up are just gonna stop playing. It's not free to have those types of systems in your game. I could get got by a Magneto here, but we'll limp for one. In a game like Pocket, if you don't have time to play or you're not having fun with the current gameplay, you can, like, keep up by logging in and opening a handful of booster packs every day, right? Whereas, like, in Snap, you have to keep playing every day to have a chance. Oh, we're gonna lose this by 1! Oh my goodness, what a close game. What a close game. We need more token acquisition in Snap. I always think it's interesting how people don't just say the words, I want everything cheaper or I want everything for free, and they instead say more convoluted things like, we need more token acquisition. And that sucks. We had the anti-venom Frigga set up here. And now we won't get to leverage it. Hopefully Mindscape is also awkward for them. I doubt they can reroll it either. And hopefully we draw Sable or Bob next turn so we can play it alongside Hulk. Okay, what are your key Frigga targets in this deck? Cassandra Nova, US Agent, Silver Sable, and whatever anti-venom makes free. And the primary things you're looking to Frigga here. So you got a handful of flexible ones. They actually beat our Hulk in the middle. Rip. Ah, and they won their 50-50 on the Strange Academy too. Alright, so they're gonna have a 3. They have 2 3/3s we're passing to them. Because we're gonna have 3 cards left in our deck. This beats 2 3/3s left. This beats 1 3/3 left, and the other one somewhere else. Should be good. Narrowly won the flip.
Victory.
Yeah, Luke Cage. Luke Cage undoing a key penalty there on the right. I have not unlocked Lapras EX yet, but I also don't expect I'll play with it even when we unlock it. The card's only good when you high roll with Misty, and I don't think those decks are very engaging or interesting to play. Thoughts on Frigga? She's a neat card to build around, but doesn't seem like a must-have or powerful card by any means. This deck's been better than I was expecting it to be. Probably the better of the Ajax decks I've played. Snap the AI. Oh, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Yeah, the only place I would expect Lapras EX's competitive is if there's a chance the Misty deck wants like a third Articuno. Would Red Guardian work in Frigga slot? Yeah, I think if you're missing Frigga, you could sub her out in this deck list, no problem. I do not think she is a must-have card here by any means. How's Pocket, YouTube, and Twitch numbers compared to Snap these days? Twitch numbers are identical or a little bit better. YouTube numbers are a little bit worse, but trending upward, whereas Snap is trending downward on the YouTube side. My plan is to switch between games somewhere between noon and 1 o'clock each day, so about an hour or so. We passed to make She-Hulk free. Also, hopefully let the bot have more points so it stays. I think we beat that, yeah.
Victory.
One thing I'm actually gonna try today on the Pocket side is we're gonna throw up another YouTube stream when I switch over to that. Because the other folks that have been dual streaming Pocket have been having really good YouTube live numbers on their dedicated Pocket channels, so we'll see if we can emulate that by putting in some consistency there. Chavez, yeah, they haven't updated any of the bot decks. Like, Chavez is still in the bot discard deck from when she was a 6/9. And, Chavez is still in the bot discard deck, and there's like a stock Death Wave deck from before Wave was changed in Arrow. Yeah, there's a Hawkeye and a C3 deck. Naspersco, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Oh, that's funny. They were snapping to move Bob to enable Miles. Is really cute. Huh? I think I want to put this here to encourage them to Alioth this path. Yeah, there's Negasonic, but I have Hazmat for next turn. There's a Super Giant currently going on. That's a question of, does Cass plus Bob win here? That's so frustrating. What a game! Never a coin flip in Marvel Snap. Always incredibly skill-based. Is always incredibly skill-based. Gosh, I thought putting on 1 hour follower mode would discourage most trolls, but apparently there are some people whose lives are so pathetic they will, in fact, spend an hour of their time waiting to post a message here. Hope your life becomes more entertaining, gamer. It's gotta be a scuffed one. Rather than saying Man-Thing Middle would have won in a game like that last one, you should instead make a compelling case for why I should have played Man-Thing in the middle with the information that I had at the time. Because you shouldn't be asking yourself, could I have made different plays to win the game? You should be asking yourself, should I have made a different play with the information I had available to me? And that distinction is important because it's how you get better at games overall long term. Jeff, do you still enjoy Marvel Snap? If I wasn't enjoying Marvel Snap, we would only be playing Pokemon Bucket. I'm doing a mix of the two because both of the games have been reasonable recently. This is gonna get at least +4, probably a couple of more. Suen, thank you for 6 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. That seems good for us, yeah. This is fine. We're winning the left, yes. Mickey, thank you for over a year and a half. Welcome back. Did we win if they took Luke Cage? I think so. If they took Luke Cage instead, I'm at 13 here at a minimum, and they're minus a bunch. I guess the US agent starts impacting this, but all my other stuff gets smaller, then Ajax gets bigger, right? I think we were winning if they took Luke Cage, but I don't care enough to sit and count it. I made a choice this morning that I should have made a long time ago and opted to park my Twitter account for a while. And I keep like instinctually going to like try and refresh my notifications here in between games. And I'm sure that'll eventually stop being habitual, but it's almost freeing in a way not to have it. Speaking of things that are toxic and addictive like ranked ladders, social media definitely up there. Hey, Mark, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate the support. If you're someone that's looking to keep tabs on my content updates outside of YouTube or Twitch, I've made the announcement section on my Discord server public moving forward. So you don't need a membership or a sub or whatever to get into it. So if you want to follow Hooglandia stuff, that's a good way to do that. Pop in the Discord server. Alright, we have anti-venom with Frigga and Luke Cage, so we'll be able to Frigga our anti-venom card and then Luke Cage to give them stats. Sounds really solid here. I feel you, Mark. I feel you. Nope. As a weather in Illinois, my folks in Colorado got snow this morning. We haven't quite had snow yet, but it's definitely been cooler than it was for the last little bit. Soccer, thank you for the 10 months. I entered my first pocket tournament. Now I just have to beat 300 plus people. Hope you have fun, Boomflex. Playing in tournaments is a good time. I think it's this to play around Doctor Doom. Rocket Neil. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back.
There's no strings on me.
Oh, wow. Ultron. Yep. That tracks. I don't think I can play around that, right? The Pocket Tournament got expanded to support up to 1,000 people this weekend. Yeah, but there won't be that many that actually play. When things are completely free to enter, like Pocket Tournaments are free to enter, you'll have probably like somewhere between 10 and 25% that don't actually check in at the start. You'll still have a good number of people, but... Immortal Echoes, thank you for the 79 months. Welcome back. You ever played regular Pokemon TCG? Yeah, a number of years ago I played a bit of it. I think the gameplay on the regular Pokemon TCG is alright. It's just a little bit obtuse and harder to follow and get into. Suitor brought me back to Snap. Hey, it's a sweet card. If you're a Scar enjoyer, Suitor is definitely a staple with him moving forward. Luke Cage, Hazmat, one there, right? I couldn't play both those cards because of Crimson Cosmos and the Kiln in the center. How strong is Anya in move? I think if you're a dedicated move enjoyer, she's a solid pickup. But she doesn't have a lot of utility outside of that, so I'd want to be pretty confident you're a move enjoyer. Honestly, probably can't beat Kazar. Is there a blue Marvel deck? Blue Marvel Ultron. All right, how big are the bots over here? The bots are +6, -2, so they're +4. So they're gonna add 18 over here up to 23, and I'm gaining 6 back with Lucas up to, all right, I'm beating Ultron. Math? Math? Cool. Alright. Counting is busted, chat.
Victory.
Imagine being able to count while playing Marvel Snap. Textbook example of why Ultron is mediocre against people that understand your output range. We're only staying when we get to take your lunch money. This is a bot, right? Yep, looks like it. So, identifying bots is a little bit pay to win because all bot collection levels are close to your collection level. So when I'm uncertain if something that looks like a bot based on profile picture and name is a bot, I can look and be like, oh, is your collection level close to mine? Because there's not a lot of people with collection levels close to mine. We're gonna switch over to Pocket in about an hour or so, Navitch. And remember, if you're in the Discord server, you can join the Pocket Live Notify group, and then I'll give you a tag in the middle of the day when I'm switching from Snap to Pocket. This is the only 100% way to confirm you're playing against a bot. You press the Snap button and then you end the turn. If the turn ends instantaneously, then you know you're playing against a bot because any human would be given more extra time. Magic would be really bad for me if they were a person, but they're not. The bots are definitely not people. I would feel bad about terminating them if they were. What's going on, Devil? Thank you for the 52 months. Welcome back. Hey, Wigglytuff EX. Yeah, I think Wigglytuff EX is great with Weezing and Executor. You can find Weezing build up on the Pocket YouTube channel.
Power must be controlled.
Got him still, yeah? You-man thing?
Victory.
Alright, I want to play one more deck before we finish our snap session today, so... This deck was very solid. This deck feels like it's a pretty solid use case for Frigga. She's not absurd or the reason why you're winning any of your games, but copying US Agent is reasonable, copying Cassandra Nova is reasonable, copying Silver Sable is solid in spots too, and then you're like absolute crazy high rolls are you anti-venom on 4, and then you Frigga copy your free anti-venom card on 5 to be able to play it out again somewhere else. If you're an Ajax enjoyer, this seems like a fine pile of cards. It's pretty expensive though, right? This is what, 1, 2... Where's my camera? Weird. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 Series 5 cards in here and then a Series 4? Yikes. Yikes! Alright, have a Twitch ad. We're gonna play a different deck when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. It's not super exciting, but I might just play some Classic Zoo for our next deck. See how this feels. It's been a minute. Yeah, the Ajax deck was solid. Ajax is one of those cards that hasn't come back around to spotlights yet, right? It like ran the first time it hasn't returned. He's up there with Nocturne. Nocturne hasn't had a rerun yet either, right? Because we don't have a second variant for her yet. I'm really surprised Nocturne hasn't rerun yet. Because she has a variant data mine that they also haven't released. We tried some copy decking with Frigga. It was pretty clunky and bad. Nocturne released almost 6 months ago. Wild. You try to enjoy VR gaming. Yeah, I have a PSVR 2. Play Beat Saber on it periodically. Especially with Shauna in hand, I don't think I want to be too proactive about Squirrel Girl. A lot of the time, this deck will finish on Squirrel Girl on turn 6. Punished, punished. This is 1000% a Killmonger deck, right? Just gonna give him a Cuban leave.
Escape.
Can we play Black Swan? I don't think Black Swan solves any problems that this deck has. The deck list is also kind of tight. If you're gonna fit anything into here, it'd be Kyarian and not just be dead to Killmonger. Yeah, the Cosmo slot's your flex slot. Honestly, there haven't been that many Wong decks. Maybe we should throw the Kyarian over the Cosmo. That's one way to summon the Wong decks, yeah. This archetype is basically cold to Wong without Cosmo. So if I Kazar, and then I Shauna next turn, yep. So what I was going to say is, if I played Shauna, I could Gilgamesh plus Mockingbird. But since they killed my squirrel now randomly, I can't do that. I think it's still just this, but it's less exciting. Hey, Brave, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Ooh, Pink could be good here. This gets me +4 in the middle up to 17. Gets me 3 only up to 12 here. For 1, but might be wrong. Oh, we're losing the breaker regardless here, huh? Close. I win this game if Cosmos Kyra, yeah? One more on the left. Got my other helicarrier cards. I guess I'll take this one. No, wait, I don't want to discard 5 cards in a match. I thought it was just discard in general. Alliance missions are just actually the singular biggest disappointment this application has ever implemented. How's Black Swan and Bounce? There's a lot of Bounce builds that like Black Swan. You say Illinois is a good place to live? Yeah, I like Central Illinois a lot. Mid-sized towns in places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Illinois are great places if your job affords you the ability to work from them. Appreciate the clarification, Central Illinois. I don't think places like Chicago are bad if you enjoy big cities. Just as someone who's got small children, I don't think I'd ever want to live in a big city anywhere ever again. Mid-sized towns, like where I live, we have like a population of like 100,000 or so. Have a lot of the amenities and upsides of a big city, while also, Good. Mods, take a second, and that last account that got banned, could we report that one for ban evasion? That's a newish account just to post here, so that'll get their regular Twitch account banned as well. Please and thank you. How do you feel about the old Kitty Shuri deck with Frigga to copy Kitty instead of Taskmaster? That's cute. I don't know if that's good, but it's cute. I give this one or two more tries, but so far it's feeling like the numbers here aren't competitive.
Escape. Victory.
Suppose. It's just this. We'll see where Shauna falls. Dude Good Bro, thank you for the 5 months. Again, probably doesn't matter. This is a bot. I can't play high Gladiator. Generally speaking, AIs don't have higher series cards. Miss a lot. Thank you for the 39 months. Shauna's background story is she was a competitive swimmer in college. I thought does she get like transported back in time then? Because I thought she's from like the medieval, or the, not medieval, the BC era, like 1,000,000 BC or something like that. This is only +2. No keys. No keys are no blue marble is really sad. That's still a play though. Gives us +2 in the middle, so should be good to go here against our AI Overlord.
I am.
Melon Pinch, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back.
Victory.
Yes, we'll be playing Pokemon Pocket and Marvel Snap every day this week. We'll be alternating which days I do which in the mornings and which days I do which in the afternoon. We'll be changing from one game to the other somewhere in the noon hour Central Time. So loose schedule for the week. Thank you for the analytical look at Pocket. Your content has been great. Thanks, Rixman. I definitely think the perspective I have to offer is relatively unique in the space. Gosh, I kind of want to play 2 card, but I also kind of want to play this. Shauna or Squirrel Girl here to fill up the board. Do I want to do this? Or just leave it in? Okay, I guess the Adelaide was pretty bad for them, huh? Not you, opponent, it's me. I'm just not in the mood for people who are gonna emote today. If I eat Kate, I break a draw, but getting Kate's draws sounds great here. I'm still +1 draw, right? Yeah, Acid Arrow for Baxter building sounds great. We did chat about Magic Online finally fixing Wall of Roots. A funny one to wake up to this morning. Big. Zoo decks basically never keep up with these more linear go big decks. You excel at being consistent, so. What is the Wall of Roots bug? For people who aren't old timers, Magic the Gathering Online is the ancient digital Magic client that's almost 20 years old at this point. And Wall of Roots is a competitive staple in Magic the Gathering in their various formats that was bugged in an update in January 2016. And they finally fixed it in a patch today. So it was bugged for almost 9 years. And like, there's a lot of Magic cards, like many of which don't see play, but like this is a card that like saw competitive play in their game. When I was playing Magic, it was always one of my favorite cards to play with, so it was sad and annoying that it didn't work. If Dazzler goes middle off the Sinister London, I'm a little bit sad, because I don't want her to slide back into the London. Means I'm just supposed to play her here. I think Marvel Boy is better than Kazar here. And then next turn I could go like Grapple Arrow plus Kazar on London. And then maybe Gilgamesh does something cool for us. One thing to be concerned about is they are likely an Alioth deck. So my turn 6 could be a little scuffed. Oh wait, they lost their 50-50 though, so us being it on Sinister London should be really good for us, yes? What if I just do this? This probably wins the game, yes, with them filling Sinister? So I go basic arrow, Gilgamesh next turn. Oh wait, the way grapple arrow works, it'll pull Kazar over to here, yeah? But is that fine? Is that fine? I'd have grapple Kazar. Should I basic arrow this turn? Oh yeah, that's better, right? That's better. I'll snap back. They snap me. They think they're good to go. Cool.
Victory.
Second basic arrow won't grow. It will, because I'll get grapple plus Gilga, yeah? Sad that I step back. We don't get to see our stuff play out. I just shouldn't play for Hala. They want to murder my squirrel. They can murder my squirrel. They could have armored Hala, so that means they want the flexibility to murder my squirrel. Quantum Tunnel's interesting. I don't really have anything I really want to play into there. But it could wheel us into Gilgamesh and Shauna the last turn if we did it. Yeah, Squirrel on the right is very safe. Opponent deep in the tank. Cosmo does not bother us. Skibitza's a little bit low on the left side, but Marvel Boy's gonna pump some stats into there. Blue Marvel will put some stats in, and Dazzlo will grow up a little bit more. So we're not just giving that up for free, which is ideal. Hood's a good pull for Quantum Tunnel for them. Our squirrel in the middle living is really solid for us. So we're going up a minimum of like 5 more on the left. Probably more. Kind of want Gilgamesh to stay in our deck and to wheel it out of Quantum Tunnel, yeah? Hopefully they get Hood back out of here. I think it's this to give us our best shot of Gilgamesh on the right. They already have Scar out. So I think they're playing for the left, not going to play the middle, and they're assuming I can't beat them on the right. And Gilgamesh will win the right, yeah? Oh, I should have put Ant-Man second, because I'd rather he flipped back out. Yeah, so our read's exactly correct here. They just assumed we couldn't compete on the right and that we couldn't compete on the left. So when Gilgamesh flips out here, we're good to go. He really was like the missing piece to the zoo deck puzzle. Do you get a chance to keep up with some of these bigger numbers, please? When normally this archetype couldn't before. Thanks, Barry. Appreciate you hanging out. It's like a bot. Again, one of the ways I can confirm I'm playing against a bot is their account level will be similar to mine. This is 90,000 with splits on without splits on basic cards. It's actually pretty mediocre at farming AIs, unfortunately. Not that it can't beat AIs in gameplay, but it's mediocre in that the bot's gonna retreat and not pay you out full a lot of the time. Playing this into here, so Agony merges in. The option to put more stats middle. Killmonger incoming, hopefully not.
I am.
Iron Man! Yikes. I doubt they can beat 16 on the left. We're obviously not beating them in the middle. Running 6, 10 here on the right up to 17. And Marvel Boy will throw 1 or 2 more over there, hopefully. Or sorry, 18 math? Oh, this is 7. Oh, I forgot the Kazar bonus on this one. Juval and their classic right side claw. Big, powerful gameplay swings. The right side claw. Classic Juval. Oh, ones or twos, is sad. Midway Monster, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Zabu US agent. This is probably tech card mush, yeah? I had to venture a guess. It'll be important to get Kyera down. Shauna, you're supposed to warn me before you fist yourself on stream. I'm gonna get my channel in trouble. Scar stuff, actually. So probably don't need to worry about... Probably don't need to worry about Killmonger, famous last words. Yes, Shadow King. Shadow King is an up at range we should think about if we're able to beat it. For sure. This never wins the game, right? Alright, let me stay for one. I'll stay for one. See a game play out. My greatest weakness. Oh, I forgot Blue Marvel gets US Agent. Rip. Actually, kind of close, huh? We ultimately lost the New York coin flip. If I put Mockingbird middle, we end up with a win here. So if I would have left Blue Marvel here and shuffled one of these over and put Mockingbird center, we get him. And honestly, the fact that this is Isle of Silence, oh, I guess with the Luke Cage, they're not guaranteed to keep the Typhoid Berry. Close game down to the flip. Ooh. It's a piece of candy. It's a shame it's against a bot. DXZ, thank you for the third of a year. Appreciate that. The camera's not having problems. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm hiding my webcam when I'm clearing my nose. Any interest in hosting a pocket tournament? I think it's just not worth the effort of me hosting a pocket tournament I can't do official coverage from. And because Pocket is primarily a mobile game, I can't expect people to share their screens like we used to do with Magic. The squirrel is coming for this Monster Metropolis bonus jet. It's freaking ready.
Oh, snap.
Snap our AI friend here and get at least one more cube out of them. That squirrel's been hitting the gym. I was like, why is the bot roping me? I hadn't clicked end turn yet. Oh, I clicked end turn and now the bot is roping me? Come on now. Come on, Brood! Such lifelike interactions. Yup. Mood. Alright, Gilga Chad takes the Monster Metropolis bonus.
To me.
You are a winner.
To me.
Yeah, Stir 1 Zabu is generally sooner in the new season, for sure.
Victory.
Hey gamers, we're having a chill session on playing some Zoo. We need to roll some Twitch ads. We're gonna do another set with this when we return, and then in about half hour, 45 minutes, we'll kick off our pocket segment. I'm gonna run some Twitch ads. I'll see you in 120 seconds for some more. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Enjoyed the Frigga highlight. Looking forward to using more of that card. Yeah, we played her in a sweet Ajax deck this morning today, too. I don't know that I expect her to be a top meta card, but she seems playable at least. Them getting Subterranean after Agent Venom is good for us in theory, but they're playing Bounce. As someone who's played the other side of this matchup a ton, I think this matchup is very challenging for the Zoo deck. We'll see how the turns progress if they don't snap, but probably bailing here. was gonna leave before I talk myself into saying.
Escaped.
Second Dazzler is solid. Morning, Zach. Man thing's gonna show up and eat our lunch here at some point. One of these lanes. Like an Ajax X out of them. Gambled and won here in Mojo World.
All systems go.
So this gets me +4 here with the Dazzler up to 11, and then another +3 on the Blue Marvel gets us to 14. So even if this triggers, we're still winning here, and then Marvel Boy can put more points in here as well. Thanks for the over 5 years, 3 Smith. Welcome back.
Victory.
Arishim Gaming, by the way, for our opponent here. Snope. The game Gilgamesh is gone from Sokovia. Oh, I guess this spells all my locations, huh?
The mystery intrigues me.
Alright, Brood, take the wheel. Not the one we wanted. So the card they drew for the turn would need to have 12 power to beat us. So, yep, they're leaving. Cool. Fun Airship gameplay, as always.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like on average, Elysium probably favors other decks as opposed to us. Our deck's pretty good at filling its board up even without it, so I think we bail when they snap us on one. Any thoughts to not playing Squirrel Girl and Shauna to avoid cluttering the board? It depends on the state. You'll note that I'm often not playing them out proactively, but like when you draw Marvel Boy, for example, it's worthwhile putting them on the board so we can start powering things up. We played Jeff not on Fisk Tower. Is an interesting choice. They have a copy of Gilgamesh. We have a Gwenpool. I guess they played Jeff right because they just wanted a fully clean Hope Path to play into. I think it's this into Blarvel into Mockingbird Gilgamesh. That's what our curve looks like here. Is it ever pass and then Ant-Man Gilgamesh Mockingbird now? I think it is, yeah. I don't think I'm playing around Killmonger based on the cards they played so far. Should I be converting my gold to tokens? Converting your gold to tokens is the best way to get the most new card releases for the least amount of money. That's your goal. Pretty solid way to do it. So Ant-Man will have extra power. We'll activate Anya, which will give Mockingbird extra power. And then we'll play Gilgamesh in the center. So Gilgamesh will have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He'll be 17. So we're going to 25 here. And I'm gaining 5 over here up to 10. So we're up 12. And then we're gaining 11 over here. Seems solid. Yeah, there's some Token Tuesdays that are worse rates than others. I believe it's like 1,500 for 1,200 gold or 1,200 gold for something. The 1,500 for 1,200 tokens is the good one. Yeah.
Victory.
Hey, Degenerate, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think it's Dazzler into 3 into 1, 3. Makes me sad. Mobius makes me sad. Heidi ho the cherry-o, Mobius makes me sad. At least we're not completely shut out by him. It's like we're sad he's not, we're just dead. Yes, and move is interesting. They haven't played anything on the left yet. Is it ever this? It's crazy? Like a fox, maybe? I should do this in the other order. Make Gilgamesh one bigger. Oh, the Heimdall pushes the Vulture left here is the problem. Yeah, didn't play around Heimdall. Yeah. Okay, so Gilgachad on the left and we win the game, yeah? That's on me. Should maybe we shove Dazzler right just to hedge them not Heimdalling so we have something bigger here, and then we play Gilgamesh left. Well, it's crazy like a fox reference from, I don't know. It's just one of the idioms in my repertoire. So they're probably a bot Killmonger deck. I'm gonna be a little greedy and play Marvel Boy out here. First, I think. And we'll Kyera next turn. That's fine. I have Shauna as a follow-up. I'm sad. Losing Ant-Man kind of sucks. I really want to draw a 1-drop next turn. Yes, I'm playing the Helicarrier here because we're getting zeroed. We get our bot cubes here at least. Crazy like a fox suggests that someone seems dumb or foolish, but is actually crafty and shrewd like a fox. The phrase originates from a book penned by humorist S.J. Perelman in 1944. Today I learned.
Victory.
Bot actually played their cards in the right order. They did. The bots are programmed on the last turn especially to put as much power into play as possible while still not winning the game, because I want the games to feel close for people that don't know they're playing against AIs. Zoo looks solid. I think this deck is just like a really reasonable, like 45 to 55% deck. Which is to say, I don't think you're a slam dunk against basically anything in the format, but I also don't think you're a huge dog against anything. I know it's a bot. Mostly years of experience, but there's some signs. The types of splits their cards have, the types of cards they're playing. I think Marvel Boy is underplayed. I think Marvel Boy is pretty appropriately played. I think this kind of small value style card tends to not be very good in Marvel Snap's current metagame, and it only works in this deck because it's all in on the 1-drop plan. Like this, for example, an Iceman with a split like this. This could be a bot. It's not. This is someone cosplaying a bot, speaking of, and I can tell they're cosplaying a bot because the collection level is not close to mine. Because I'm a whale, the bots all have collection level close to yours. So because I'm a large sea creature, I get to know by checking that. I think Suitor is overpowered. I think Suitor is the first playable card to release in a little bit. So naturally, people are going to ask if it's overpowered. There's only 2 types of card releases in Marvel Snapchat. Broken ones and ones that are unplayable. Bots don't have alliances currently. Yes, that's true. Why are there bots? They have bots to pump extra cubes into the system to make it easier to get to infinite. Because as a general reminder, ranked systems in games like Marvel Snap aren't designed to measure your skill. They're designed to encourage you to play the game more. That's all TCGs unplayable or busted. I don't know if that's strictly true. I think Snap's release cycle makes it so that type of assessment comes up more frequently. Oh god, Ghost. Okay, so I need to draw a Kyera then to have a shot. Alright, Killmonger, eat my lunch. I just have to leave. They're probably a Shang-Chi deck too.
Escape.
Well, you mean ranked until infinity, right? Infinity takes a fair measure of skill. It does not take skill to get to the top of infinite rank. If you're better at Marvel Snap, you'll get to the top faster, but all rank systems are simply a measure of how much you play. The first ranked person in Marvel Snap isn't necessarily meaningfully better than the 10,000th ranked person. They just play a whole heck of a lot more. And again, that's not to say the people at the top are bad. It's simply to say they're not measurably better than people who aren't at the top, because most people who aren't at the top simply aren't playing that much. Cousin Vin, thank you for the almost 7 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh. Luckbowski, thank you for the primer, appreciate it. Let's get this down to 1, yeah? No, I counted wrong. Math, not even once. Math, not even once. Here, might be dead. Out of one, if I switched Marvel Boy and Mockingbird, so we lost that coin flip. Mockingbird center would have been 17, and Marvel Boy left would have been 9. I guess I should have been thinking about Claw in the Dark Dimension on the last turn. So, less of a coin flip and more of a mistake, I think. I think it's pretty likely that Claw is their turn 5 play in that deck. Man, yeah, maybe. That's true. Fair. So the flip was whether or not it was Iron Man or Claw.
Opponent snapped.
My hand's okay. I guess we'll stay. I'm supposed to. I think our deck's not great against the average hood deck. A lot of bounce. Let's stay and see how it plays out. Yes, I think it's possibly correct to leave here. Another suitor. Well, I'm glad I stayed for playing against Tutor. I really want to see how this plays out now. Their emoticon there means they're annoyed that they lost the Sokovia role. I go Blarvel here into Squirrel Girl Gilgamesh. Dazzler gets up to most of my lanes filled. This is game winning, right? This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this will be 18, 19 on his own. And then Dazzler's gaining 4. So I'm adding 19, 23, 26 in the middle. And then on the right, I'm gaining another 2 up to 17. And on the left, I'm gaining another 2 up to here. I don't think they can beat 17 here while also putting more power on the left. Well, I don't need Squirrel Girl in the center, so I can hedge one extra point here, yes? Yes, final answer. Yeah, they just, again, they think I can't compete in the center, which is not true. Gilgachet is here. Yeah, so we have priority. I don't have to dance around Goliath on the Squirrel Girl. Yeah, exactly what I said was true. This isn't a flip because we can play for the center. If they put both of these here, we're winning here, and if they split them, they're not winning here. Thanks for the 15 months below, Glenn. This deck's super solid. I wish this deck was more popular because I really think this deck is like everything that's good about Marvel Snap. It makes numbers, but the numbers it makes aren't crazy. And you can interact with this deck in a bunch of different ways that's meaningful. Yeah, this deck is like the essence of Snap. I think when this deck is one of the more popular decks, Marvel Snap's in such a good spot. And I think it's really reasonably competitive. You know, you can go big with Gilgamesh and Mockingbird. You can go wide with Khazar, Marvel Boy, and Blue Marvel. I think Kyera is kind of the flex spot in the deck. You can play like Cosmo here. You can play other tech cards like Shadow King or Rogue or Super Skrull. I think the rest of these are relatively set. I think Nico Binaru could maybe be a little bit flexible too. You only kind of have like 2 things she enjoys turning into demons. And if you're missing her, she's serviceable as like Iceman or Silver Sable or something like that is another good one. I think the must-haves for this deck are definitely Marvel Boy, Gilgamesh, and Mockingbird though. I think these 3 are really important for your consistency. You could probably, she's great here, but you could probably get away without Kate Bishop as well, I think. Yeah, Shauna is Series 3. She's free for endgame players. All right, it's 12:30 Central. Let's go ahead and kick on over to some Pocket for the back half of the stream. If you want more Snap stuff from me, be sure to check out the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. We'll have some more, or another highlight up there this evening. Appreciate folks that are sticking through for everything that we have going on here. We're doing Snap and Pocket every single day moving forward. Are you cooking in Pocket? I think I want to play some more fighting decks. So I want to play some Machamp, and I want to play some Blaine. That's what I would like to do today. Are switching over to doing some Pocket gaming. Gonna do some Lapras hunting. I'm gonna do the Lapras hunting off stream. I only did the Mankey hunting on stream yesterday because I wanted to brew with Mankey. Pack to open. I don't really need anything. I'm just like idly opening Mewtwo packs on the off chance I get another full art Geo money. Not that these matter. Open to pack. Completed my missions. I think I want to start on Machamp to either see if it feels good or get it out of my system, I think is my plan. This design is so weak. It does have big, like, Wii Sports vibes, yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Okay, we're gonna fire up a second YouTube live stream on the dedicated Hoaglandia Pocket channel for the first time today. See if that brings in some more people over there. Because the main Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel is very Marvel Snap focused. So I think when we do Pocket, we're gonna we hit our 1 in 5. I think I already have 2 Chanseys and 2 Meowths. Please tell me Machamp is playable. Yeah, I have 2 full art Machamps as part of the reason why we're gonna play some Machamp today. Am I looking for anything in the Wonder Picks? I kind of wouldn't mind some more Kangaskhan's. I would like to get a different cosmetic flair on him. Anybody with a brain knew the bent pack thing was bunk. Chat, if the loot boxes are broken in a gacha game, it will get fixed in hours, if not minutes, okay? Hours. Hours. When the money machine has a bug, you fix the money machine pronto. Just quintessential confirmation bias. All right, I think we're gonna start here. I need to run ads on Twitch. I'm gonna make sure the other YouTube stream is working. We'll see you in 120 seconds, Gamer 6. Ring it out. Don't go anywhere. It's perfect. Deck view up. How's the battles working? It's a more streamlined version of paper Pokemon. The only thing you need to know at the start of Pokemon Pocket is take a look at this best pack video. Outside of that, it's kind of hard to do anything wrong. It's just like, enjoy the game. So there's tutorials that give you some extras. No idea when trading's gonna be a thing. Hopefully soon, TM. Is Marowak EX a trap? I'm actually not sure if I want one Marowak EX in here. It might be right to play one. I just don't really have a card I would love to cut. I could swap like the X speed, I guess, but that card has a lot of good utility. We cut the potion. What are the potions? I like potion though. That's right. Let's try one. I have a full art one that I'm happy to play. Just see how it feels, but I'm not sure I love him. I never like this deck. So to give like, well, let me wait for the Twitch ad to finish, and I could talk about. Can talk about some of the deck building choices here. What's going on, Rich? Yeah, I've actually always streamed on YouTube on my YouTube Jeff Hoagland channel, and I noticed that one wasn't seeing much growth in terms of the Pocket streams, so I decided we're gonna fire up on the Pocket dedicated YouTube channel today too and see if we get any numbers over there when we're doing Pocket stuff. I'm gonna leave. I have plenty of bandwidth on my fiber connection, so I'm gonna leave the stream up at the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel as well. It's fine to let all three go. I don't think it matters. Are the cards blurry for anybody else? Yeah, so the reason why the cards are blurry is because this is a vertical mobile game. So this is how big the cards actually are on the actual screen. And for the sake of talking about them loosely with only this, I've got it. We've zoomed, but there's no enhance. So, basic deck building theory to think/talk about when it comes to building decks in Pokemon Pocket. I think a lot of the time, I want to try and have cards that are good both when going first and good when going second. And Machamp EX and his whole line is really good when going second. Let's actually switch to the full screen so we can zoom in on him. Because Machamp EX deals 120 for 3. Which means when you're going second, you can put an energy on Machop on 1 and attack for 20. And then on your second turn, you can put a second energy on Machoke and attack for 50. And then on your third turn, you can put a third energy on Machamp EX and attack for 120. So the games where you get to curve out going second with Machamp EX are like really, really good. And then for cards that like going first, regular non-EX Marowak is a card that likes going first because going first means you have evolution advantage, which means you play this on your first chance you have to evolve, attach your first energy, and then crack with Bone Beatdown. Yep, we did Snap in the morning today, and we'll do Snap in the afternoon tomorrow, which is my plan. TOs, thank you for the 1.5 years. Once I switch games in the middle of the day, we'll be switched for the remainder of the day. We want Duck. I have Hitmonlee as a 5th basic. I think 5 basics is plenty when I'm trying to fit in a stage 2. You had some prey experience Pokemon TCG, right? I downloaded the TCG Live client and the onboarding isn't bad, but it's not the onboarding for a Pocket. Yeah, I've played the regular TCG before. It's fine. First, Cubone when going first is lovely. Pokeball to hopefully fish up a Machop here. 50% to grab that. We've got 2 Machops, a Cubone, and a Hitmonlee in the deck. Most Articuno EX decks are red card decks, which means I don't want a Professor's Research here on 1, especially with the Marowak regular already in hand. Because I want to wait until after they red card. Red card is worse when there's 2 researches in your opponent's deck, because this lets them recover from the card disadvantage. If I was really digging for something, it might be worth it. But in general, especially with the Marowak already queued up here, we don't want to be in too much of a hurry. now, when you're playing Research and Pokeball, you want to ask yourself the question, am I more interested in drawing a basic, or am I more interested in drawing a non-basic? In this case, the card I really want to draw is Machoke. So I'm going to Pokeball before I research, because thinning the basic out of my deck before I research makes me more likely to draw the non-basic that I care about. Marowak EX is an interesting draw. I'm definitely playing Hitmonlee out. I'm definitely putting an energy on my active. And now it's a question of, do I want to evolve into this next turn or evolve into this first? This means my opponent has to... It'll take them more turns to get through it, right? As opposed to dealing only 40. So I think I'm just going to Growl here to take 40 off the 20 off the top of this Ice Wing. And then we'll evolve into Marowak EX next turn. This does get punished a little bit if I get red carded, but they didn't red card me last turn. If they Misty and flip heads, we lose the game either way, so it's not worth playing around. You basically just shouldn't play around Misty coin flips. You should just take your flips. Yeah, this is unfortunate. This is very punishing for the sequence I took. I think it's here. I think it's Marowak into Potion. So we survive the deal 80 next turn, and then we're set up for Machamp EX on the bench. This potion does not matter into our Machamp, which is nice. The second one, I guess, kind of doesn't really matter either, right? Put this here. We'll slide our Machampion out. We're going to go ahead and crack them for 40 down to 100. And then I'll put up, they're going to take a knockout point here. And then next turn, I can slide up Hitmonlee and tap this Articuno in the back down to 110. And then they'll knock out this. And they're out of potions now, which is the only healing in their deck. So I think we're good to go here. Because we're gonna get to move Machamp up with 150 and one-shot this and one-shot this. That doesn't matter, right? I think that doesn't matter. Amgi, thank you for the almost 3 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Are you a whale lord in this game, Jeff? I am a little bit of a whale lord in this game. They simply didn't attack me. That's cute. I'm not going to play this Machop out, because playing the Machop out means that... Like, did you not realize I can hit your bench? They didn't attack because they didn't want to give me the free switch up into... Because my Machamp EX is going to knock this out in one. But now, because they didn't attack, the Machamp EX is also set up to knock out the other one in one there. So, like, it played around me KOing this. They wanted to get an extra turn of setup here. But because Hitmonlee is Hitmonlee and can stretch kick their bench, like, we've still got them. So, like, now, I get to put Machamp EX up and put the energy on it, and we take a knockout here, and they only have 1 point. So even though they're going to clear this Marowak in the back, because I didn't play my other bench Pokemon out, they can't win the game. We played around the second copy of Sabrina. They've got nothing now. They have no potions left. They played 2 potions already this game. That's the only healing these water decks have. Alan, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. It takes about 300 USD to get all of the cards as quickly as possible with no waiting. Is the magic number. I've spent more than that at this point. But a big part of the reason why I've spent more than that is there's actually a cap on how much paid Pokegold your account can have. You can't buy more Pokegold once you're at if it would put you above 3,600. Oshonem, thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Welcome back. There's a cap. Yeah, so there's a sale/bonus on play points for Pokemon Pocket right now on the Play Store. So I bought as much as I could with the coupons they had that were temporary. I was actually going to put a couple $100 more than this in because I know I'm going to be playing this for a while, but they capped me, so... Someone just asked, can you play this on PC? Yeah, let's have a command for that. So I'm actually going to have a sponsored video going up on the Pokemon Pocket YouTube channel talking about how to set up and optimize the game under LD Player, but it does install and just work out of the box with them. So I am playing this on PC for the first time today. Thanks to LD Player. Second, give me a Machop. Come on, lead. Boom. Let's Pokeball, see what we find. Does LD Player only work for Android and not iOS? The iOS emulators aren't really a thing. If you have Pokemon Pocket set up on... If you have Pokemon Pocket set up on a iOS device, you can link your Nintendo account and then you can also use that same account on LD Player on PC. But if you're an iOS gamer, you can still play this on PC with LD Player. We have no details currently on when treating is coming. Unfortunate that Machop is shy. I need like. If they have Starmie EX, we're gonna need Machop by like next turn to have a shot here, I think. Just Marowak's not gonna be enough to power through. Alvier, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the entire year. Yep, there's the Starmie EX. We need to hit Machop this turn so we can start evolving towards it. Two Machops and 10 cards and 1 research. Perfect. I think I take the knockout on the Frogadair here, right? So that way, knocking out the Starmie EX is game-winning. You think trading will take away revenue streams for people acquiring cards? I think one of the reasons why trading hasn't been implemented yet is because they don't know exactly how they want to do it yet without hurting their other revenue streams. I think we explicitly haven't seen the feature added yet because they're figuring out how to do it without losing money. So this is a free retreat cost on the Starmie EX, so I assume we're going to see them swap this back and then crack our Hitmonlee for lethal. We'll get to put regular Marowak up, and we'll get to evolve into Machoke plus fighting energy. This Misty largely doesn't matter. Yes, my best guess is trading will be restricted to you can only trade 3rd plus copies of cards because they also need to make it so you can't just endlessly roll new accounts. I mean, trading's coming to the game. It's just not here yet. So Pokeball plays around to Sabrina this turn, but it hurts us into a Sabrina the following turn is the issue. I think I'm supposed to do it, because if I top deck second Marowak, it's still reasonable. I think I'm supposed to put the energy on here. That's close, though. Giovanni could get us into trouble with this play. So Giovanni is an incredible draw here because Giovanni means that we get to one-shot a Starmie. Do I want to play around red card here? I think our line to lose this game involves... I think our line to lose this game involves them red carding the Giovanni away, and I don't think this Sabrina is going to be useful. So I think I Sabrina just to get it out of my hand / draw range in the event that they red card us. Although I suppose this means I can't... They're gonna switch back to the Greninja, and now I can't pull up a Starmie EX? Oh, the Greninja means I lose to Sabrina because I played this out. Really close, interesting game with good back and forth. I played, and this is the tough part, right? Like I said, we needed to draw the other Marowak to be able to play around the Sabrina. Yeah, they got it. Good game, Oswald. That was close. My two decisions I wasn't sure of that game was I supposed to play the other Cubone, and was I supposed to put the energy on the Marowak EX? It's very possible I should have put the energy on Machamp EX right away and just put the Marowak EX up as a shield. I think it should have happened. Thanks, Adora. I don't really enjoy speculating on cards they may or may not add to the game. That's not really constructive conversation that goes anywhere, in my opinion, Rich. All right, we are going second, and we've got Machop to start here. We're gonna play our basics out in case they red card us, but Machop into Machoke is a stellar beginning for us. Looks like we might just not get to play a game. If they have Starmie EX on curve here, we're just gonna die. Misty, definitely the least interesting, most obnoxious card in this game. There are a significant number of games where the only thing that matters is did they flip on their Misty. $50% of the time it wins every time. It doesn't win every time, but it wins when you have your ideal card with it. I think Pokemon Pocket... Are you disappointed with the power level of Lapras EX? I think Pokemon Pocket has a long-term problem with balance and design around water Pokemon because of Misty. I think Lapras EX is costed and statted in a way because Misty exists, and I think they're going to have a real issue in the long term as long as Misty's design remains what it is. We are playing 2 non-EX Marowak and 1 EX Marowak in this deck. We have Pokeball and Research here while going second, so on average going to be a pretty strong start for us. Let's see if we fish up Hitmonlee before we play our basics out. Perfect. Two Hitmonchops. Or Machokes. Hitmonchops. New Pokemon there for free for you, Pokemon Company. Oh, Executor EX kills us on a heads, huh? This card's so good. I wonder if because the EX is a possibility, if we're supposed to not go in on an energy on the one up front here. That might be the case. Oh, no Machoke here means we're probably up a creek without a paddle. what's our line here? Our line is draw Machoke into Machamp while they miss a couple of coin flips here, basically. Get Sabrina to buy tempo. Maybe I'm not supposed to Sabrina to be able to pull this up after we kill this first one. Could be wrong. It's a shame I don't have Machamp EX in hand, because then we could have X-speeded back and cracked them with Machoke to set up the lethal the following turn. The Marowak's weak to grass gamers. Same in terms of egg breakpoints here. You know what? They're actually not the same in terms of egg breakpoints, because this potion means if they hit tails again, we get an extra turn, right? So it's actually much better to put this up, thinking about the potion starter deck. Paper Pokemon has always simplified the amount of types Pokemon TCG contains, compared to Pokemon VGC, for example. Yeah, I had LD Player reach out to me to do a sponsored YouTube video advertising that Pocket works on their emulator, and after I set it up, I was like, this is much nicer than using it on my phone, so I'm using LD Player now. I'll have a video walking through some of my setup and some of the settings I tweaked and tuned up on the YouTube channel probably tomorrow or the day after, depending on when they approve the video. And it's substantially better / different than BlueStacks. I mean, it's different than BlueStacks in that BlueStacks crashes when you try and launch Pocket on it. Alright, I found them a champion, but we are dead to the Sabrina that they likely have, unfortunately. 5 cards in their deck. Took us too long to get here. I don't understand why Pocket doesn't run split screen on Android. It runs split screen on my Android phone just fine. Your phone might be too much of a potato. Oh, you know, I think I only have one Sabrina in my deck, and I burned it for tempo earlier too, so we're just dead now, yeah? Even not through their Sabrina. Gee, about it. Yes, we'll change games in the middle of the afternoon, usually between noon and 1 o'clock. So it's currently 10 after 1, cornfield time. Executor is really good when you're going first, yep, for sure. The things that are good when going first, not quite Machamp good, but... Or not quite Executor good, but Marowak's pretty reasonable. So, generally speaking, I don't love researching against a deck that could be red carding me. However, there's one copy of Giovanni in my deck, and if I research into it, the Giovanni lets my Marowak knock the Staryu out before it evolves. Decks that like going first are ones playing Executor and Weezing, generally. Laps, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. I think I'm just building up Machoke into Machamp here because Starmie knocks this out next turn even if I evolve it. And I'm going to go ahead and evolve it because, like, there's 2 Marowaks in my deck and only 1 more Cubone, but... Do I retreat this, actually, to buy time? I think I do, yeah? Speed setup here. Well, the stream layout, by the way, feels clean and bright. I know. Whenever I open another stream and they just, like, only have the window, like, taking up, like, a third of the screen, it's like you have so much real estate you could be using. Trying to make the actual game space as large as possible while we play. The Starmie EX, they do. Really hoping to fish up our Giovanni in our next 2 draws. Play this out because they're a red card deck. Ooh, Tentacruel makes red card less likely out of the opponent. Any chance we get the deck list on screen while you play? Nope. That requires me to take multiple minutes out of the stream every single time I change any cards in the deck to manually update an image. The amount of value added to the stream compared to the amount of detriment of downtime is not worthwhile. Bad return. The only data binds we have on upcoming cards is we know that the promo Haunter and promo Jigglypuff will be coming in a Lapras style event at the end of November. Yeah, I'll have a tutorial video setting up LD Player with Pocket on the YouTube side tomorrow or Friday once it gets approved by LD Player as a sponsored video. All right, let's top deck a copy of Giovanni, huh? Oh, you know, did I mess up here? Maybe I was supposed to put Marowak up and crack them for 40. I kind of forced them off. The Articuno EX18 Trader deck is a very bad gimmick that's only good when you both draw Misty and high roll with her. I do have a Hitmonlee in the deck still, yeah. Could be helpful. I think I want to save this as a surprise, though. I think we'll take the knockout of the Tentacruel. There's only 6 cards in my deck, so good chance they don't want to red card us with only 2 cards anyways. This way I can go Hitmonlee, attach energy, shuffle, knockout. We push the Marowak to play around Sabrina. I mean, if they Sabrina up the Marowak, it's only their second knockout point, so we're still good. Gamers, if your deck has fighting energy in its energy zone, and you're not playing at least one Hitmonlee, your deck is misbuilt by 1 card. It's so good. Lets you win so many games that no other card's gonna win for you like this one. Even with Sabrina, it's really good. People sometimes have multiple things on their bench. Alright, I think I want to play a couple more with this one before we change. I'm enjoying it. It feels pretty reasonable. We need to run some ads on the Twitch side, though. And I need to run to the restroom, so I'm going to throw the deck list up here for people that are asking about the details. We'll be back in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Image is perfect for me, but I'm at 360p and need new glasses. There's a merit to running a rainbow Eevee deck to counter a bunch of stuff at once. I don't think you're countering anything with the rainbow Eevee deck. I think most of your EVs are either slow or get knocked out in one hit to Pikachu EX. They are not a recipe for success at the moment. Right, Hitmonlee is great here. It gets to reach into the back and crack their Charmander while it gets set up. Them having first energy advantage is a pretty big leg up, though. I'm waiting to research because the opponent's deck often plays red card. The two decks that are most likely to have, obviously anything could play red card, but Charizard and Articuno are the two that are most likely to have space. I don't think I posted an Aerodactyl highlight. I don't recall. Aerodactyl's a pretty poorly metagamed card at the moment. Aerodactyl's a card that excels against Stage 2 Pokemon, and there aren't a lot of those in the good decks right now. Looking for an X speed here. Gosh, Marvel Snap, Pokemon Pocket, whatever game this is so easy. How good is Gengar EX? Not very, unfortunately. Was not the Machop I wanted for Christmas. Does mean I can evolve one into this Marowak non-EX, though. Gengar EX just isn't quite enough of a payoff for how many hoops you have to jump through. Your stage 2s, especially stage 2 EXs, have to be really good to be worth how much hassle there is. Hyped by Eevee deck running Ditto. Maybe if there was an Espeon, Eevee deck running Ditto could be sweet. But you need like lightning, fire, psychic to have Ditto cover things right now, yeah? I mean, it's worth noting whenever people try and compare Misty to Moltres, if Misty said flip 3 coins or even 2 coins, the card is way more powerful than it is now, for reference. If Misty simply said flip 2 coins, you get an energy for each one, each heads you get. Oh my gosh, I was talking and clicking. I meant to put that energy on this Cubone and evolve it. Rip. That might be okay. If they put an energy on here, switch to Charizard and evolve, they'll have to... I think we're fine, actually. I think we're fine. They have to use Charizard's big attack to clear Hitmonlee in one. This Giovanni doesn't matter, right? Oh, punished for not playing my Marowak out. Now I'm sad. Regular Charizard. I actually think regular Charizard's kind of alright in the opponent's deck. I don't think you play it. I don't think you'd want to play regular Charizard instead of... I don't think you'd want to play regular Charizard instead of Charizard EX, but in addition to, as a third stage 2, seems like it has potential. Because, like, Fire Spin for 150 clears a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think if I was working to optimize Charizard, the Charizard EX deck, I would play a third Charizard and see how that felt. The Machop Machoke here. Opponent red carding us into the actual Stone Cold Perfects feels good. Thanks for the assist, bud. That's true. I mean, I really want to emphasize that I'm not saying this card is better than Charizard EX. I'm saying having this Charizard instead of having no Charizard is good redundancy. Just so my position is abundantly clear here. Mega Punch. One big bird, snoot boop. I don't know if I prefer New Mankey or Machamp. I think New Mankey's almost assuredly better against Pikachu. I think Machamp is better against Charizard and Mewtwo. So it could be a little meta specific. Machamp EX is genuinely one of the most powerful cards in the game when you curve out going second. Like it just hits for so much as you go. Is Marowak not consistent enough to be a serious fighting type deck? I'm literally playing 3 copies of Marowak in my deck, gamer. Yeah, it hits pretty hard. It's relatively bulky. Yes, there are 5 different cards in the Lapras event promo packs. Oh baby, we hit non-EX Marowak here, and this Eevee's gonna get in a little box. It's a little aggressive if they have red card, I'm sad, but I'm gonna go ahead and do this because I want the highest possible chance to hit regular Marowak next turn to clear this pup out. Oh, I didn't have it. Can I have it now? Thanks for the red card, bud. What a good Pokemon Pocket card more people should play. Yeah, to the person in chat, really obviously going first is a huge detriment, and you should basically concede because you can never win when you go first. It's definitely not a skill issue and a deck building problem that you can never win when going first. Is there more of a winning chance when you go second? Again, different Pokemon and different decks prefer going first versus preferring going second. Cards like regular Marowak, either Execute or Weezing are all good examples of cards that like going first. There is a strong bias in the current Pocket metagame for going second, however, because Pikachu EX, Starmie EX, Mewtwo EX, and Charizard all prefer to go second. And this is not an inherent design problem. It's a cards that are available in the current metagame problem. This is something that easily, there are more decks that prefer to go first in other designs. Rapidash, yeah, Blaine decks like going first as well. Can you explain why those cards like going first? Yes, those cards like going first because going first means you have an evolution advantage. You get to evolve to a stage 1 before your opponent does. So the best cards and the cards that most like to go first are the cards that are stage 1 Pokemon with a 1 energy attack. There is unfortunately not a good way for me to, or a way at all for me to link Twitch members and YouTube members. You just have to switch your membership from Twitch to the YouTube side. I also don't envision having the Jeff Hoagland. For reference, we're also live on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. I've got 2 YouTube streams up right now, and the Hoaglandia Pocket chat is open. The Jeff Hoagland YouTube chat was not behaving earlier today, and I didn't feel like moderating it. That's true. You'll never be a shillionaire if you watch on YouTube, is accurate. They didn't put an energy on Pikachu to start? That's interesting. There is not a hover overlay on Twitch for Pocket, no. I think I'm just giving up Hitmonlee and we're gonna get Machamp going here. You tried Venomoth Weezing decks, as in the 2 of those together or individually? Individually, Weezing is one of the best, if not the best, non-EX in the game, and there are a ton of Weezing deck highlights up on my Pokemon Pocket channel. Weezing splashes with a ton of different decks. It's very good. Venomoth, unfortunately, stage 1 cards with less than 100 HP are not very good in the metagame because of Pikachu EX and Starmie EX dealing 90. Trace, thank you for that Prime sub. I really appreciate that direct support. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. Wish I had room for a second Giovanni in this deck. It's a card I've wanted to draw a good bit. I think I'm playing this out. Playing it out's better against Red Card, but it's worse against Sabrina. They haven't Red Carded me yet, so they might not have it. I think Beedrill's an alright card that suffers a bit from what I was talking about a second ago of having a stage 1 that dies in 1 to Pikachu. There is a lot going on screen. Is there? I actually think pocket boards tend to be relatively straightforward. But that's subjective, I suppose. What do we think of Sabrina and then put 30 damage on the Zapdos so that way everything dies in 1 to Machamp? Weakness does not apply on the bench, is noteworthy here. So I am Sabrina-ing here so we can stretch kick the Zapdos. And then even if they have one potion, the Zapdos will still die in one to Machamp EX. Is the setup I'm trying to get here, basically. In the last Cubone out of my deck, so we're more likely to find Giovanni. I'm not playing out another Pokemon onto my bench to play around Sabrina a bit, because once they knock out Hitmonlee, bench Pokemon are a little bit of a liability. They need 2 potions. Are you able to stream to both the Pocket and Jeff Hogan channel? Yes, I am live on both Pocket and Jeff Hogan right now simultaneously. So now, basically their only out here is they have to put Zapdos up and hit 4 heads. Oh, you know what, actually? So I've been talking about not playing out bench Pokemon to play around Sabrina, but I actually want to play out a bench Pokemon now, because if they Sabrina me and they pull up Marowak, and then they only need 3 heads. So it's playing around Sabrina here to play this out, because if they Sabrina me now, after putting the Zapdos up, I can put up Cubone, and Cubone's only worth 1 knockout point, whereas Marowak EX is worth 2 because it's an EX. So now this forces them to either have Potion number 2 or hit 4 heads on the Thundering Hurricane. The bench versus not decisions on the Sabrinas are very, very interesting, and it's very dynamic over the course of the game. Like, it can be right on one turn to play around it, but then it doesn't play around it on others. Really neat decision. This is our first Pocket deck today. It's been a solid one. I'll do a couple more with it before we switch up. I gotta play some more Blade. I think I'm between playing one of these fighting decks or playing the Blade deck and play a Pocket tournament or 2 this weekend, I think. It sounds like Machamp EX and Greninja could be quite a vibe. Playing stage 2 simultaneously is tough. And Hitmonlee does like a Greninja impersonation if you squint, so I think you'd rather just Hitmonlee here. I haven't signed up for any of the tournaments yet, but I think there's one on Friday night. I think Ursi's is Saturday. I'll probably play the Friday one. Is my plan. My wife and kiddos have skating practice on Friday night, so I don't have to be there for that, so I can play something. I'm not researching again because I want to play around red card. I also already have Marowak and Machoke teed up. Dragonite's not usually a deck you need to play around red card against, but if my hand's already set and there's minimal upside, there's no reason to have the potential downside. Bury this Dragonite deck deep underground, playing on curve here. Take what's research now. Fight Marowak EX. We might evolve this into the EX. Perfect. And second Cubone means we'll put this one into regular one for sure. Ten cards in the deck, 2 Machamps, and a research. This is another one of the reasons why I like Machamp seems so solid to me, is your just Machoke line is so solid. It's just like, okay, this is just like a deal 50 for 2, which is not like an insane rate, but it's like an acceptable rate while I'm building to something bigger, right? Lapras EX is bulk rare trash. Very, very not good. Untap.gg is my preferred Pocket website. Yikes. As much damage as possible here. Hitting for 50 versus 40 means if I top deck Giovanni, Marowak EX knocks us out in one head. Difference maker here. Wish I had second. Really wish I had a second Giovanni in this deck. I have to look long and hard and think if I want to cut something. I'm gonna potion Marowak EX here because it means that they need to hit this 3 times to get the win next turn. We can also just high roll here with 2 heads, but Gyarados is not a good Pokemon Pocket card. It is one of the many Pocket cards like EX Lapras that is bad because Misty exists. Gyarados is balanced around the existence of Misty, which means it's trash when you don't hit with Misty. And we see here all 200 points from this Dragonite EX hitting my my benched Marowak, because that's a thing that could happen. And then, you know, 75% of the time it works every time. Got him. For reference, if I Giovanni and flip 2 tails, I still don't do any damage. So playing the Giovanni doesn't mean anything here. While obviously it was very lucky for all of the Dragonite to hit my bench Pokemon, we were winning there more often or not. We only lose that game if they put 3 into the EX. Yeah, I like this build a lot. I was hoping to convince myself not to play this deck, but I've been unsuccessful in convincing myself this deck is bad, so it remains in the running for the weekend. Could I have Pokeballed from a chop to get the 100% kill? Oh yeah, I think you're right. Good shout. I didn't think about that. You're right though. Machop clears them every time with no coin flips. Second, you can still lead Ponytail while going second. Ninja Turtle, thank you for the 73 months. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out, man, chicken. Yeah, the Machamp deck, if you missed it, was 2 regular Marowak, 1 EX Marowak. That's the split I tend to favor. You can cut Potion. I think Potion is really good in the last Machamp deck because Potion on Machamp EX lets you survive 2 90-point hits, which again is a relevant breakpoint in a lot of matchups. Yeah, I'm playing 1 Magmar over Kangaskhan, which I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, but it's the choice I'm making. I think I'm just stacking damage on the Articuno. Damage on the Articuno means if they don't Potion and I draw Blaine, I can knock out with the Magmar next turn, because the Magmar is the lady. Two copies of Blaine and 13 cards, 1 and 6. Nice. Yeah, so I've been playing this list a bunch off stream because I like it a lot. I'm playing 6 basics in here, full Rapidash, full Ninetales line, and then 1 Magmar, 1 Duck. Duck and Magmar have different upsides in different spots. Vazid, thank you for the tier 3 and for the half a year. That's very generous of you. I think in general, Diglett Doug Trio is just higher variance, worse regular Marowak. Especially when you factor in that Marowak gives you the flexibility to play Marowak EX in a pinch. Magmar's going down. Definitely gonna want energy on here, I think. Although I guess Duck is coming up next, maybe that's a mistake. Yeah, it's probably I should put that energy on Duck, because Duck's coming up after this gets knocked out. The Potion means they're still dead. Double Potions. I was saying Potion means they're still dead to second Blaine, but they're not dead to Giovanni anymore. Did they forget to attach energy? They totally did. Been there. Yeah, so the reason why putting the energy here was wrong was because now when I have Vulpix, I would like to start getting Ninetales charged up to win the game sooner with that. Well, I guess they're out of potions, right? No, but I need energy here. I could be winning next turn instead of 2 turns from now if I would have put this energy on the Duck, because I could have put an energy here. I'm gonna evolve into Ninetales next turn. Thanks for the almost 4 years, Melodic. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think we're still in a fine position to win this game long term, but I guess if they have Greninja here, we could be in trouble. Yeah. Greninja here means my mistake's gonna cost me. Potentially. They are dead to Blaine and Giovanni here, which I have 1 of each. We're gonna go ahead and Sabrina here to put 40 damage on the Greninja. So that way the Ninetales is lethal next turn. They can water shuriken this, but then this is only... But then this is still getting him. Or this lives the hit from Greninja. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Giovanni would have beaten us this turn because my mistake. So the opponent had outs this game because I made a mistake with my energy sequencing. We're at the same deck, but with Magmar. We are playing a copy of Magmar. One Magmar, one Duck on top of the Ponyta lines. Down. Pizza's okay when going second. Not ideal, but fine. What's our best going second Pokemon in this deck? Is it Farfetch'd? I think it's Farfetch'd, yeah. There's pocket tournaments almost 5 days a week. I think I'm gonna play in one on Friday and maybe Saturday. I would recommend spending your Spotlight caches in Snap as a new player when there are weeks where you're missing all 3 cards. I think the series drop mostly doesn't matter. They're ultimately not going to drop that many cards to Series 3. So I researched this turn so that way I could dig for Rapidash. So that way we could Rapidash plus Blaine next turn to clear this in a perfect world. Yeah, you can feel free to link your tournament, boom. Although, anyone running stuff on Limitless is fine to plug that in chat. That's where I'm finding stuff. Oh, the collection level ones. Nah, I wouldn't worry about that at all. You're gonna be... There's so many Series 3 cards that them adding more Series 3 cards is super nominal. I just open your stuff, gamer. Unironically, one of the singular best and smartest things about Pokemon Pocket that I really enjoy is the fact that the answer is never hold your stuff. I think that's one thing the Snap economy does pretty poor, is encouraging people to sit on resources. Pocket's designed in a pretty clean way, so it's optimal to just spend your stuff. There's no decision paralysis when you're optimizing. Psyduck is unironically pretty good against us, huh? The headache locks us out of playing supporters. So, something that you'll notice I do a lot when I have a lot of 2 energy attackers is I'll spread out my first energy between them because it gives me flexibility. on which one I can attack with next turn. So by putting my second energy on Vulpix here as opposed to committing it to Magmar, I can attack with either of these next turn depending on which one is more ideal to be attacking with. Sure. Put this up. We'll evolve into this. We'll X-speed back my horse and knock out the duck. Knockout point here. Bruxish, for people not familiar, does extra damage if I already have damage on my Pokemon. And Lapras here does extra damage if it has 4 energy on it, which is unlikely except when you Misty High Roll. It is misinformation or disinformation or whatever you want to call it to say pack points expire when the new set arrives. The reality is that pack points are set specific, which means you should still be able to use pack points on Genetic Apex stuff when the new set gets here. You just won't be able to save your pack points for the next set. Is the distinction that matters. We're gonna retreat this back. And then we'll Blaine. Data mine say we will have a small set in the middle of December and then another big set the size of Genetic Apex at the end of January. Yes, you'll earn points for the set you're opening packs from. I believe hourglasses are set agnostic. Looking at the interfaces, I would assume you could start saving hourglasses once you have all the cards you want out of a given set. This game's done here, yeah? Alright, I'm pretty convinced this Blaine deck is good, so I think after our ad break here, we're gonna play something else when we return to explore a little bit. This deck is really solid, though. We'll throw out my preferred Blaine list on screen while the ads roll for anybody that wants to snag it. It's real party. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. So notables here are that I'm on 6 basics with 1 Farfetch'd and 1 Magmar. And then we have full Ponyta and Vulpix lines. Deck is too good for the stream, unironically. I like Duck because Duck is good when you're going second and Rapidash is good when you're going first. You kind of want to split your Pokemon when making choices like that, good first versus second. Magmar is better in some spots, and Duck is better in some others. And they're both generally pretty okay cards. So you could definitely commit to 2 Magmar or 2 Ducks, but I kind of like the coward split. They both hit for 80 over 2 turns because Blaine plus Magmar is 80. That's a cute way to think about it. I think Duck is better than Kanga in this deck because you want to just murder people. And Duck is more damage. I also think this deck's got a pretty good Pikachu matchup. Is one of the reasons to play it. And Duck hedges your non-Pikachu matchups. I can throw them a champ deck up again real quick here. People don't want to screenshot it. I like that one a lot too. There are the two at the top of my deck editor here for a reason. So I've been noodling on them the most. Champ deck. My champ deck one-ofs are Potion. This deck has a ton of one-ofs in it, actually. Hitmonlee, Marowak EX, Potion, X-Speed, Giovanni, and Sabrina. It matters if I keep the pack points to spend them after the set is over, because I can find missing cards in the back. So that would be my assumption, Sam. My assumption is that I assume they will give us clarification. I want to make it clear that what I am saying about pack points is not official. It is speculation based on interfaces in the clients. One, Thena, thank you for the entire year. But my expectation is that pack points are tied to a specific set. So once eventually the next set drops, I will not be able to spend genetic Apex pack points on the next set. We're 500 pack points away from my second full art, Giovanni gamers. 500 pack points away from my second full art, Giovanni. Someday. Our hourglasses don't say anything set specific on them, so I would assume that those are gonna roll over. Do the full art supporters appear in Wonder Picks, by the way? Does anybody know? The two stars? 1 stars obviously appear. They do, okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for them. I think Kangaskhan is the only non 2-star card I'm looking for right now. I'd like to upgrade the flares on my Kangaskhan's to the more elite one. Someone asked about a Vileplume deck. I still have that in my editor. That might be good. What else do I need? Oh, you know what? I want to play some more Wiggly Eggs. Is a deck that felt kind of okay that I've got some games recorded with that could be a good highlight. Thoughts on Jinx? I think Jinx has potential to be good in Mewtwo, but I haven't really explored a lot of Mewtwo because we're not a top deck gamer here. This is your reminder, if you're a fellow old like me, it might be a good time to stand up and stretch. Make sure you drink some water. If you're someone new here and you hear that, you think, fellow old, is Jeff talking about me? I have a very simple test for you to tell if I'm talking to you right now. If you've ever felt injured because you slept funny, I'm talking to you. Stand up and stretch. Execute Executor going first. This is exactly what we want. This is not a new Into the AM shirt, but it is an Into the AM shirt. It does say if the availability for a given booster pack ends, its pack points will no longer be available for exchange. Yes, that makes sense. But one piece of information we don't know currently is, will there only be one set pack available at a time? I would assume that there will be more than one set available at a time. But again, that's something that's speculation. All other games, typically there's multiple sets at once, then eventually they phase them out. I just got my 6 Into the AM shirts and they feel great. They're such a really great quality material. It's genuinely hard to wear. Are there cheaper things after experiencing them? All right, a lesser video gamer chat would be in trouble here. But I, being the expert gamer that I am, I'm about to hit 2 heads in a row and end this Mewtwo's whole career. Unlucky. I woke up with a cramp, pulled a muscle the other night, and spent the entire day limping. Yep. Average over 30 experience. Basic Pokemon, what are those? Lovely. Start building up towards Wiggly EX here. 3 energy Sleepy Song attack in the back line. I have 3 Executor EX, but no non-EX. So, a weird stats thing about how the odds in Pocket end up working out. You are actually slightly more likely to get an EX Pokemon, a specific EX Pokemon, than you are to get a specific non-EX Pokemon. That's 3 diamonds. And the reason for that is the odds of getting a 3X are about twice as likely as getting... the odds of getting a 3 diamond are about twice as likely as the odds of getting a EX Pokemon, but at the same time, there's twice as many 3 diamonds. So very, very, very similar in a 1-to-1 comparison. We're gonna X-Speed this Bad Bama Jamma out here. Then there's a question of, do I want to put energy on this one? Oh, you know what? It actually might be wrong to play this out if I'm evolving this. Sabrina is a phenomenal draw here, because it means after they put the second Mewtwo EX up, we can go ahead and pull up one of their backline and end the game. The diamonds indicate rarity. So 1 diamond, 2 diamond, 3 diamonds are different rarities. This deck that I'm currently playing is one of the more expensive ones, because it needs EX Pokemon from 2 different packs. But if you're something of a whale or you've lucked into them, I think this deck is one of the more straightforward and powerful decks to play in the game. You just like frontline your egg and then close on your Wiggly. So no real power or stage indicator. Most stage 2, is it most or all stage 2s are 3 diamond? And then all EXs are 4? All the 4 diamond cards are EXs for sure. I think all the stage 2s are 3 diamonds. You do your red card math video, it might be worth talking about the open deck list impact of red card. Yeah, for sure. You are right that red card is marginally less bad in open deck list tournament format. I have played Wiggly Weezing. I think we were the first to mint that NFT. You can find a highlight of that on the Pocket YouTube channel. Dodge a Misty Heads, we can dodge a ball. Misty Heads into Starmie EX is one of the ways they knock us out here. Do I want a Giovanni? Nah, it doesn't change any breakpoints, right? Because Starmie EX would be at 100, and then Executor still needs 2 heads. One thing that'll make some exceptionally unlucky gamers happy is that the next Lapras EX style Lapras EX style event that's going to be bringing the new Wiggly at the end of the month will have Greninja in it as a promo card. So people who brick off on their Greninjas through the end of the month, you'll have a way to get that more likely. Now I think we Giovanni here. So that way the Staryu always goes down. Yeah, there'll be 2 new mechanically unique cards coming at the end of the month. It's the promo Jigglypuff and the promo Haunter. Promo Haunter reads as bad, promo Jigglypuff reads as good. And then there's 3 other alt-art promos in there. This only ever needs 1 energy, so we're just gonna keep stacking up on the Jigglypuff here on the bench. 50% of the time, it works every time. And they have no energy on this Starmie EX, so we should be pretty done here. After tonight's packs, I'll have enough pack points to complete my Gardevoir line and stop opening Mewtwo packs. I honestly think that's the most reasonable way to approach when you should change booster packs. I think you should figure out which cards you want out of a particular pack, and then you should continue opening that pack until you've opened enough those cards or enough pack points to craft them. Because you don't want to spend pack points on cards that are in packs you're still opening from, because you could open them after you craft them. But once you have enough points to craft everything you could want from it, you should go ahead and move on. Yeah, you could link Databyte to the next event, Racecar, that'd be great. We do not know if event hourglasses will carry over, no. That is unclear. In fact, this is again pure speculation. But I would speculate based on the fact... that the hourglasses are blue like Lapras for this event, I would not be surprised if there's pink ones for whatever the color... Or I think the next event is technically a Venusaur event. I would not be surprised if there's green ones for the next one, yeah. Pocket's economy is very explicitly designed, so it's basically always optimal to spend your resources everywhere. They don't have any designs where it's like hoarding is good, yes, hoard. Hey, Carrot! It's been a minute. Life's good. Yeah, we re-rolled our Sabrina here. I'm pretty sure there's 2 in this list, so pretty likely 2. This is deterministic now. I have no idea when trading is going to be implemented. I assume whenever they figure out how to make the most money off of it. I would be incredibly surprised if trading was a technical hurdle and not an economy detail hurdle. Hey, Jeff, I enjoyed the Anti-Venom Pixie list you posted on YouTube. How's Pokemon Day? It's been good, Brendan. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. My assumptions for trading are you'll only be able to trade third plus copies. It'll have some kind of currency like Stardust or Hourglasses or something to do. My one big hope for trading, and this is a big fingers crossed, is I think it would be a win if whatever they charge you or currency that's needed to trade cards only applies to trades over the internet. I think if you're trading with people who are physically local to you, they should let you do it for no cost. I think would be ideal to encourage a in-person social element to the game. I also think I'm far from the only person who's playing Pocket while my kids are also playing Pocket. That incentivizes people to have multiple accounts. So, really though, the amount of returns, if trading is locked to third plus copies of cards, the amount of effort you have to put into multiple accounts to get 3+ copies of cards that are worthwhile to trade is a lot of work. So yeah, people with multi-accounts could abuse the local, but also like, if someone's gonna work that hard, you probably just write that person off as, yeah, they can do that. AK on Twitch, thank you for the over 3.5 years, welcome back. This is the first game on mobile where my wife and both kids are also playing it, yep. Oh yeah, the Pokemon Go method of making it so you cost less with people on your friends list. That could work too. And better yet, it's one of the first games I'm comfortable with my kids playing. So, my kids have mostly free reign over things that are like age appropriate to play on their phones. And I make it a point where every time I see one of my boys playing a game that has ads inside of the game, I ask them if they're enjoying being farmed every time I walk up and there's an ad playing on their phone. They give me a solid eye roll and a sigh, but I make sure they know what's going on. Executor EX is one of the handful of cards that is incredibly good against Pikachu EX even when you're going first. Especially when paired with Erica. Even if the Pikachu EX deck is firing on all cylinders, Executor EX with Erica buries it every time. And even without Erica, you're pretty far ahead a lot of the time. Actually, was I supposed to Sabrina the Pinshirt up here? I think I messed up and I was supposed to attack their bench. That's how you know you're doing the parenting thing right, the eye rolls and the size. Noted. Roblox is actually one of the handful of games I actually don't let my children play. Because, no ethical consumption under capitalism, you do you and make choices for your family, but on top of being typical predatory game stuff, the company behind it is also, like, exceptionally bad. There's a lot of good YouTube video deep dives on terrible things about the Roblox company. They're not great, to say the least. Pretty much all online games today that have multiplayer, most of the big ones anyways, have good parental controls to like disable voice and text chat and stuff like that. Or if they don't, you could just like, you keep them out of public servers. Yeah, my kids are gonna be I don't know, probably 13 or 14 at a minimum before they're allowed to just do general open voice chat in online games. That's a big... As someone who cut his teeth on Counter-Strike Source during his teenage years, I assume those comms are not any better now than they were then. And they're gonna need to be a little bit older before they experience what's going on there. David again! Thank you for the 59 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to managing TikToks or whatever the current big social media site is when the kids eventually are old enough to want to do that. For now, they just don't have any of it. When you mentioned Counter-Strike, one of my hairs went gray in protest. LOL. To date myself a little bit, my friend group for a long time played Counter-Strike 1.5 despite 1.6 being released because you couldn't pirate 1.6, but you could pirate 1.5. And we were all pretty broke teenagers. We played the one we could all get for free as the group. And fun, extra fun tidbit, chat. The current mouse, which I am driving this computer with that I'm streaming from, this is the mouse I played Counter-Strike 1.5 on. At some undetermined point in the future, this Logitech MX510 is gonna die and I'm gonna be very sad. But today is hopefully not that day. Mouse released in April 2004, according to the internet. Was it April? Yeah, April 3rd, 2004. It's optical, chat. It's not a ball mouse. Come on now. It's a quality piece of technology. This mouse is twice as old as my oldest child, yes. Belongs in a museum. Ow. Well, the good news is, even if they have second potion, Jigglypuff with Giovanni ends this Marowak EX through a double head seer. Alright, I'm gonna play like one more with this deck. But this deck is one of the less interesting decks we've played. I definitely favor a bunch of the single knockout point decks like the Blaine deck because there's more shuffling stuff around. Which is interesting. This deck's definitely good, but it's very linear and straightforward. I'm not playing in any of the weird format Pokemon TCG tournaments. Mostly playing single deck best of 3 things. Your mouse is as old as YouTube. That is a fun fact. Senko, thank you for the very generous tier 3 and for the almost 80 months. Speaking of things that are old, I appreciate the over 6.5 years. Welcome back. What's the next order we're playing? I think I'm gonna play in something this weekend. There's tournaments almost every day up on Limitless. And I gotta talk to the wife and figure out what our family plans are. Hey, Sir Thin, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate that support. Folks like you are a big part of what makes my job possible. Gyarados is not a playable Pokemon Pocket card. It is one of the many water Pokemon that is completely hamstrung due to the fact that Misty exists. And it's also just a worse Misty payoff than the other options. I will not stream the tournaments that I play live. Not only is having to worry about people screen peeking a thing I don't want to have to think about, but chat is a detriment. And streaming on a delay is bad for numbers. I'm recording them while I play in them. So if I had good games or interesting runs like the one Greninja Executor tournament run I uploaded, I'll upload it on the YouTube side. What about commentary if knocked out? There's no way to spectate these tournaments, which is the reason why I haven't run any myself either. I would run my own tournaments if we could provide coverage for them, but there's no spectator client, and you can't expect people to be able to screen share a mobile app. So you can't really do commentary without people providing stuff like that. The only reason I had the commentary opportunity on the creator one is because all the creators were streaming it as a requirement. Yeah, there's a good bit of downtime. I, get stuff done around the house or, do other content stuff for YouTube in between. Alright, let's throw this up here for anybody who wants to copy a very linear, very straightforward deck. It's all 2 ofs and 4 basics. So let's roll a Twitch ad while we're letting give people a second to copy, and we'll move on to our next thing. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Don't go anywhere. LD player has been absolutely flawless for me today. Worked real well. I'll have a tutorial for setting it up and some of my tips for tweaking it so it shows nice and widescreen as possible. Like to share here. It's obviously still a vertical game, but it takes up a good bit of my center monitor here. By default, it uses a little bit more narrow, but you can tweak it a little bit to get it to appear a little bit wider. You prefer regular Executor over the EX normally? It depends on the deck list. So this deck list is designed so that way you go 1 EX into a second EX, and they're gonna knock out 2 things for you to win the game. In decks that are designed around single knockout point Pokemon, I greatly prefer regular Executor. So it really depends on that. I have an untapped account for Pokemon Pocket, but it doesn't auto-upload there. But decks you can find on my Pocket YouTube channel are all linked there. For example. It's possible to screen share your phone in Discord. It could be a workaround. Yeah, but it's an extra hardware requirement. Oh, I got 20 seconds. I'm gonna go fill my water really quick. Be right back. So, speaking of tournaments, this deck list have been played in a couple of the community tournaments. I'm gonna go back to the deck screen really quick. I wanna play some games. It's interesting build. So the only basics in it are 2 Cubones. And then it's got 2 Dome Fossils with 2 Kabuto and a Kabutops. It's got all four Marowak. They've had some success in a couple of the community tournaments, so we'll see how this one plays. I thought about adding a Hitmonlee. Yeah, Hitmonlee's second basic might be okay. Put on a Cubone, lucky. The deck builder orders the cards in the order that they appear in the collection screen, which is why the alt art cards appear after the regular art ones. You are right, it is a total disaster and needs quality of life improvements. Your editor does an excellent job with the pocket videos. I agree. You think if you love the work that my editor does and you want to pay them extra, the best way to do that is make sure you watch everything that pops up on my channel, gamers. My editor and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. I pay them 50% of the revenue that the YouTube channels they edit for make, with a guaranteed minimum of $50 per video. So, the Pocket channel hasn't quite gotten to a point yet where they're getting more than the minimum, but I think it has a chance to get there long term. So, regular Marowak knocks out this Meowth in 1. I think I want to lead. I think I want to lead on that and have the EX as my finisher here, basically. Pocket fully released at the end of October, about a week ago. Can you turn Marowak into Marowak EX? You cannot. So Kabutops here, really a powerful card in a number of matchups. Deals 50 and heals the damage it deals. So notably like weakness and Giovanni let it heal even more. Its downside is that it's not amazing against it's not amazing into things that are one-shotting it. Switch this Dorko up because Kabutops' 50 clears this Haunter through 1 potion. Oh, that's a good thought. Should we have healed? Should we have knocked out with the Kabuto because the Kabutops could heal? Yeah, that's a good take. I think you're right. Giovanni does not increase Hitmonlee's damage. Giovanni expressly states it's extra damage when your active Pokemon deals damage. Or, sorry, when you deal damage to their active Pokemon. What I failed to articulate. 36 packs, finally got Lapras. I'm not quite 36 in yet. I haven't spent gold on extra runs, but I'm Lapras-less currently. I'm not super worried about it, though. How is the new Mankey different? It has a different text box. It has less HP and a different attack. Notably, its attack damages itself, which tees up Primate perfectly. Yeah, I'll probably get the Lapras before the event ends. We have a while. And, I was happy to have Mankey right away, because Mankey's the card I actually want to play with. As long as it's in your active spot, your opponent cannot play supporters. Yep. Unfortunately for us, this is the type of matchup where our Kabutops is not great, yeah. Gonna die in 2 to the Gengar regardless. Yeah, it changes that dynamic, yeah? Right? Back check. I'm gonna Sabrina up this Gengar to start putting damage on it, but this means I heal 70 total, right? Which I'll go to 40, and then I go up to 110. What do you recommend doing to get those card sleeves? I recommend taking your credit card and swipe it until it melts. Lapras EX and Mankey are new cards. Set. Alright, if they don't have a Giovanni, we're winning this race with the potion. If they hit us to 40, we heal to 110 and hit them to 20, and then we knock them out. Second Gengar EX crunches us, though, because we won't be able to Sabrina up the other one. With double Geo of 1. Chat, I can't play supporters. That's Gengar's text box. Alright, I have to draw a second potion now. Unlucky. And this is one of the reasons why I'm a little weary of playing this deck in an event. I think this deck is really neat deck building and probably pretty good against like Pikachu and maybe even Mewtwo. But I think it probably gets stomped by the other 40% of the field where people are playing stuff weird like Venu and Gengar and even Blastoise. This feels like it's trying to metagame the Electric Rat pretty hard. You're Jinx or Meowth and Mewtwo. I'd be surprised if Jinx or Meowth... Jinx might be okay. I think Meowth is not a good card. I think Meowth is worse than playing Kangaskhan or Farfetch'd almost every time. I think if you're playing a deck that you think you need more time to draw cards, you should play Kangaskhan to play something more durable. Kangaskhan surviving an extra turn probably gets you an extra card, and it'll do significantly more damage than Meowth does. Snorlax, Blastoise, deck floater. I do not think I think Snorlax is very similar to what I just said about Meowth. I think Snorlax is a bad card. Giving your opponent full control over when your front line dies is an incredible disadvantage. I think anytime you think you want to play Snorlax, you're better off just putting Kangaskhan in your deck. Am I evolving? So. Or, the Articuno cheesy decks are usually red card decks, so I think it's worth playing around that. Yeah, there's a Singleton Kabutops in the list. Ah, yes, Tricky Jim. Or Trick Jim. The person who told everyone they could win more like a pro by putting fossils in all of their decks. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with that person's content deeply. I just know every time one of their videos gets referenced as some clickbait nonsense on YouTube. I think in general, an important thing to remember is that any deck in any card game can look good when you're clipping matches out and being selective about which ones you're showing on a YouTube channel. It's one of the reasons why I try to make a point when I'm talking about decks to call out when I think something is competitive. And if I'm not calling it out as competitive, you should assume it's just mostly for fun. Most decks in card games are bad. Anytime you see most off-meta things, you should probably assume they're bad until proven otherwise. Yeah, Trick Jim was the one. They have like 100,000 view YouTube video telling people to play fossils in random decks. Think we're dead here. I think I'm done with this deck. Marowak EX is a card that I don't know that I can play 2 copies of. Big Kangaskhan is big tilting. This deck might be a fine metagamey deck, but it seems clunky. Putting fossils in your deck does not make your draw more consistent. Is the line of thinking there, you can play them as more basics, but they don't count as your basics in your opener? I don't know. You want what qualifies as a hot take, chat? You know why I think Pikachu is the best deck in Pokemon Pocket by a solid margin in all the tournaments right now? You want to know why that is? I think the big reason Pikachu is the best deck in Pokemon Pocket is because Pikachu EX makes it impossible for you to build your deck bad. I think most of these decks that are playing only 4 basics are built poorly. And Pikachu, I actually think that's not remotely true, Dine. I think part of the reason why the Pikachu deck is good is it's the least linear of the good decks. And I'm gonna pull up the Pikachu deck and talk about it for a minute here. I think one of the reasons why this deck is really good is because it plays 6 to 7 basics all the time, and these cards weave in and out on your I clicked the wrong scene. Clicked my webcam full instead of player full. You play 6 to 7 basics in this deck to enable Pikachu EX, and this deck is strong because all your cards have really cheap retreat costs. I think, and this is something you see in every card game, but it's more so in Pocket than others. People spend way too much time hyper-focusing on how often their deck can produce their absolute best nuts draw, and they make conscious deck building choices to get their best draw slightly more consistently while causing their below average draws and mediocre draws to happen more frequently. Fossils don't help stage 2 backlines. You know what helps a stage 2 backline? Playing Kangaskhan that can take a hit and put out damage while you build up your stage 2 backline. Just playing more basics is better. Yeah, it's like Luris and Magic the Gathering. It forced people to build low curve decks. People don't think enough about what their average draw or slightly below average draw looks like, and only just want to have their best draw happen more frequently. Yeah, the like the Mewtwo and the Charizard decks, like some people are even playing 3 basics in their Mewtwo decks. They're on like 1 Gardevoir. This deck is good because it forces you to build to be dynamic. Just by virtue of Pikachu's text box. Let's play some Greninja Starmie. This deck's really solid. One thing I'm not sure out of this deck is if we're supposed to play Misty or not. There's people having success with Misty-less builds. You don't like Articuno EX with... I think Articuno EX is a pretty mediocre card. I think Articuno EX is a perfect example of the exact thing I'm talking about here, which is people love Articuno EX because their lizard brain remembers the time it wins with Misty, and they forget all the times where they went first, or Misty flipped to Tails, and they lost on the freaking spot. I think it's a textbook example of this card makes the lizard brain remember the high rolls, and I want those high rolls to happen, and I completely disregard all the games where the card's clunky bad, and I died because it didn't do anything. Going on, Speed Yeager. Speaking of Misty rolls, where's my Misty gamers? Where? I'm gonna go ahead and evolve here, so that way they can't knock us out with this. We'll put our first energy up. I love this piece of art, by the way. Holy gorgeous. I never noticed they kind of 3D pop too on some of these, huh? That's so good. A failed Misty roll just means you concede the game. Sure, I'm not talking about playing casually and not caring about your results. I'm explaining why the deck struggles to consistently put up results in tournaments. Nicolo, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Need a flare on your full art, Starmie. Yeah, something like that. Spraggles, I actually moved to using an emulator today for the first time. It's been running very smoothly. We're using LD Player to stream. I had previously been using an Elgato capture card. But not having to injure my neck constantly looking down is a welcome change while streaming this game. It might be wrong to put this out because then I can't build up the second Starmie EX. We'll see though. Doesn't Pikachu being very good keep down Starmie and water decks in general? Not really. Starmie EX going second KOs Pikachu before it KOs it. Starmie EX hit point pool means that it survives a Pikachu hit even with the Giovanni. So, big part of Starmie's power level is that free retreat cost. So we have to get our cracks in and get out before we get knocked out. Oh, and they're just brick walling here. That makes this this Sabrina draw nutty, yeah? Because it means I either get to knock out the thing they put their energy on or I knock out the Bulbasaur. And either way, it's bad news bears for the opponent. I think Starmie EX decks are currently underexplored and probably better than the stats imply. There's been a couple of people that have been putting up results with Starmie Greninja variations. They just don't have a high play rate. I think Pokemon Pocket literally has the most basic, least developed metagame I've ever experienced in a card game. There is very little people trying other things and innovating. People found like the 3 cookie cutter aggressive linear decks and like they stopped. I think once the Starmie Greninja deck gets optimized, it's a top tier deck. I think Victory Bell's probably a bad card. Butterfree has potential in the right metagame. Victory Bell is tough. Yeah, I think Starmie Golduck's a great pairing as well. Just 2 energy attackers. How much of an underbaked metagame do you think is partially attributed to the lack of ranked ladder, so people are playing fun decks more for fun? When I'm talking about metagame statements dying online, I'm not talking about random matches in here. I'm talking about inside of tournament settings. I also think the implication of your statement there is that ranked ladder means there's more innovation, and that's actually not true. Ranked ladders are actually incredibly stifling for deck innovation, because ranked ladders aren't about winning the most. Ranked ladders are about playing decks that are reasonable and playing them an unhealthy amount. So brewing decks and discovering things that are not found yet that could be good requires losing. And if your goal is to make number go up on a ranked ladder, you don't want to spend time losing. Ranked ladders actually heavily discourage innovation in card games and in games, strategy games like this where you're trying different builds. Because if your goal is to move up the ranked ladder as quickly as possible, you are much better off playing an established deck with a 55% win rate than you are losing a bunch to find a better deck with a 58% win rate. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yep, and decks that win quicker tend to be favored because they get sets in faster. Which that's actually a problem Snap doesn't have because the games are all 6 or 7 turns. The game length is more symmetrical. All right, if we top deck Giovanni, the Greninja is lethal here on this Pikachu, and the game is over. What an easy game of Pokemon Pocket, chat. Easiest game of Pokemon Pocket I ever played. No problems with that Pikachu EX deck. Crunch. Card games are easy. Just draw the cards you want, gamers. You think part of the I want to read this question so I get it right. I think the design of EX Pokemon being easier to build because it's obvious what to do has contributed to the current metagame. So, I don't think it is inherently correct that EX Pokemon are easier to build around. However, I think a selection of EX Pokemon, i.e. Pikachu EX, Charizard EX, and Mewtwo EX, have very clear, these are the cards you're supposed to pair them. So yes, it was easier to find optimal builds of them. I think that's true. I think it's very clear that those decks and cards have cards where you're supposed to play with them. It is more beneficial to watch archives on YouTube for me. It is more beneficial to watch live on Twitch for me. If you want to nominally min-max my platforms for me, I appreciate you. If you're looking for deck lists, talking about any deck can look good inside of a YouTube video. If you want a very data-driven best decks roundup, I looked at over 1,500 players' deck lists from the couple weeks starting Pokemon Pocket tournaments, and then I broke down the top performing lists from among those 1,500 competitors, analyzing thousands of games played, and pulled out what's performing well against what and why, and highlighted some individual lists that could have potential in that meta breakdown there. For people who aren't familiar with me, Comics Cave, thank you for the gift sub. In a former life, before I was making content full-time here on the internet, I played Magic the Gathering competitively, traveling around the country, spending far too much money, top-eating tournaments with hundreds or thousands of players. And I also have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time doing data analysis and process automation at a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school. Now, I'm here playing card games full-time and have been for a little while, but my background is in numbers and math, and I really enjoy those topics. If you enjoy being things that are analytically focused, this is a great channel and channels to hang out in. Erishim is not the most popular deck in Marvel Snap right now, but it's more popular than I would prefer. The public trackers put Erishim in somewhere in like the 10 to 20% range, depending on how you slice it, which is more than it should be, in my opinion. That explains your unique perspective on the game. You're one of my favorite channels for analysis. Thanks, Big Boss. Yeah, I think the background that I bring compared to other creators in the space is definitely a little bit unique. And that's not even just in the pocket space. I think the former professional and educational background tends to not be super typical. I think Farfetch'd is better in Tumultuary Syria. Want to get more damage faster. This matchup's a pure race. Can we pressure them out before they get Charizard EX set up? You think the deck size is bad for innovative deck building? Not at all. I think if you want a numbers approach to deck building in this game, sure, I want to compare it to Magic the Gathering, because that's the game I have the most experience with before this. Magic the Gathering is a game that's widely accepted as having a lot of deck building strategy and depth. In Magic the Gathering, your decks are 60 cards, and you can play 4 of each card, but you also typically have 40 to 60% resources in your decks, depending on the deck as well. So let's run low and say you have 40% resources. That means there's 36 actual cards in your deck, and on average, a Magic deck wants to play all 4 ofs, which means the average 60-card competitive Magic deck has somewhere between 9 and 12 unique cards once you account for some 2s, 3s, and maybe a singleton. And now you compare that to Pokemon Pocket, where my decks are 20 cards, there's no resources in them, and I can only play 2 of each card. It means at a minimum, my deck has 10 different cards in it. And if I'm playing some singletons, I'm gonna have 12 to 14 cards in some decks as well. And that distinction means when you come down to it and start breaking it down, there are very similar amounts of total cards between the two games. The Starmie art is very good, I agree. I think the Mewtwo deck is better with Jinx than I think. I am not a best decks grinder, so I have not spent a lot of time optimizing the Mewtwo deck, and I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think without a Greninja buildup here, we're dead. Would it just be 8 unique cards after Pokeball and Oak? Sure, but it's also not uncommon for, like, Magic formats to have staples that go in a lot of decks, too. So there's definitely Magic formats where you have auto-includes as well. I don't think we have any outs here. I think if I hit Frogadair, can we get it? Frogadair would let us do 50 to 130, and then this would be 120, so we're short either way. I would have needed Frogadair and 2 Giovanni, and I think we're only on 1 Giovanni. So, opponent had their stage 2 on curve, and we missed our stage 2, so GG, go next. What's the number of unique cards per deck restriction in Yu-Gi-Oh? Decks are 40 cards. Can you play 2 cards, 3 cards? You can play 3. So what's 40? 40 divided by 3 is it's 13. It's honestly a very similar number of cards plus a one of. So it's like 14 cards in an optimized deck. It's not that far off of Pocket. It's slightly more than Magic and Pocket, but it's within a certain bound for sure. You get a Dragonite deck. Yeah, if you click around on the Pocket channel, Carlos, there is a Kangaskhan Dragonite deck, I think is the best way to play that. I will say, for the sake of transparency, I don't think any Dragonite decks are super competitive into the Pikachu format, but I think Kangaskhan gives you the best chance to have a good start with it. It's also easy to draw your whole deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's interesting. What cards do you think are performing worse in this set? I mean, there's plenty of Pokemon Pocket cards that are just not very good cards. I don't know if that's a great question to run through. If you wanted me to bag on a specific card in particular, I think Snorlax would probably be up there for my pick for worst card in the set that people still sometimes play for some reason. I think Meowth is marginally better than Snorlax to set a low bar. I think I'm gonna hold Kanga in hand. It's a little annoying if we get red carded, but I want to leave an extra spot on my bench for a second Starmie EX, I think. I don't think saying evolutions makes there be less choices than other card games is a one-to-one comparison, because there'll be more choices in evolutions as we get more cards. take, for example, like Marowak and Executor as cards that have EX and non-EX evolutions where you're frequently making that choice. And we're going to have more of those, right? Like we have the upcoming promo Gengar that's coming out as the card pool grows. The other thing to be very aware of when we're making comparisons in general with Pocket is that Pocket is very base set right now. It is very common for games like Pocket to have slightly less complex starting sets intentionally. I think with Ninetales, I want to play Kangaskhan over Farfetch'd. It's close, though. If they're a Blaine deck, they probably don't have room for red cards, so I can wait on which of these to play, I think. We have X speed to pull this Moltres out. I would be surprised if the next event uses the same Hourglass currency, but that's speculation. Everything else in this game uses a unique currency, so I wouldn't be surprised if the next one uses a unique one as well. I think the only card in the game right now that I would like to see a change to is Misty. I think Misty is both boring. I think Misty is both a boring card and restricts their design space heavily moving forward. I think anything else, buffs or nerfs, it's probably too early to say definitively, and we should wait and see how things play out. They have not shared any details about the future in this game. We know nothing about ban lists or card text changes or even officially what set releases are going to look like. That's speculation from data mines as well currently. In the client, it says they reserve the right to change or ban cards. Oh, that's interesting. Do they explicitly call out the right to change cards? That's kind of exciting. Do you have a change to your best pack to open as a beginner? Nope. You got to remember, gamers, all of my starting guides for Pokemon Pocket released after I'd already been playing the game for a month. The game soft launched at the start of October, and part of the reason why I waited to make my intro guides was so I could have informed opinions from playing the game for almost a month. I didn't rush to put out guides right away at the start of the soft launch because I wanted to. I like to wait to present information until I'm more informed whenever possible. Anything interesting or powerful in the Pocket segment today? We played Machamp Marowak and I liked it a lot. This Vulpix is about to get put in the ground, chat. Evolving my Froakie into Frogadier clears this Tail Whip status effect, and it cracks for 30 with weakness here. Honestly, might be the entire game. How is Mankey better than Farfetch'd? You understand that's not an apples to apples comparison, right? They're different cards. Do you think waiting until closer to actual launch hurts your YouTube channel growth? I have no idea. I really can't spend time, effort, or energy thinking about min-maxing YouTube because the truth is most of YouTube min-max is outside of your control. You just gotta upload videos and hope at some point the algorithm breaks your way. It feels kind of bad that YouTube's been burying my Pocket channel compared to some of the others, but I just drive myself mad if I tried to worry about it too much. Starmie EX having a free retreat cost is so good. Them flipping three tails, also slightly above average. Greninja on curve is cracked, by the way. It's such an insane stage 2 to have. Just like, all right, what if we had this at the first opportunity? If there was an easy way to surefire, if there was an easy way to surefire have success on YouTube, everyone would do it, right? There's no, content creation in general has an incredible amount of what's called survivorship bias, where people will often tell you they found the success they had because of choices that they made, while not acknowledging that, like, for every person that finds success making good choices in content creation, there's 1,000 other people making those same good choices who won't find success. So, like, yeah, there's, like, you could do these things and the people who are successful are doing the same set of things, but not everybody that does those things finds success. How free-to-play friendly is Pokemon Pocket? It's fairly reasonable. Once they add trading, it'll get better. It's not terrible. How does your viewer count here streaming Pocket compared to streaming Snap? It's actually almost identical. I'm a data nerd, so we'll share some data here in a second. Yeah, we're actually up streaming Pocket compared to Snap today. Snap is at an incredibly low point in its content lifecycle. Snap is trending downward and Pocket is trending upward because it's new. I get so mad every time a water move doesn't crit Moltres. Fair, honestly. It's gorgeous, chat. Do they have Charizard on curve is the question, though. Pocket has been out for a week. Is it dying? Asking the real questions. Every day we die a little more. There's usually more Snap creators in the Pocket category these days when I check. Yeah, I mean, my Snap metrics being on the downswing is not like me personally having bad metrics. It's, you know, like I said, it's just where the game's at in its life cycle. It's not like I'm doing something wrong. So, the Farfetch'd here is actually a great draw along with the X-Speed. Because this lets me set up knocking out the Moltres with the Farfetch'd. So that way, whatever they switch into doesn't get 2 knockout points from knocking out my EX. Start putting damage on their eventual Charizard here. Snap just didn't jive for. Yeah, Snap is not a traditional card game. Pokemon Pocket is much more traditional card game than Snap, and it's not really close. I agree that Snap's new player experience desperately needs to change. It's genuinely hard for me to recommend a new person start Snap today. The Sabrina's lethal? The Sabrina's lethal. Sorry, my brain is bad. Talking about metrics and stuff. It says, one of the many reasons why we have a split of Farfetch'd and Kangaskhan, being able to retreat the Farfetch'd has value, while being able to be tanky with Kangaskhan has value in the Pikachu matchup. Someone asked for, we were talking about metrics on Pocket versus Snap for streaming. So this is a Twitch stats site. So you can see here, Marvel Snap is blue and Pocket is green. That's actually almost identical. Yesterday, Marvel Snap had a new season, so we like peaked shortly after the new season happened, but then by the end of the stream, it actually fell off and we had less viewers than we had for Pocket by the end of it. And then today's been very stable too. We started with a few hours of Snap. We have a small dip when we switch to Pocket because people are only interested in Snap leave. And then we build back up as people are only interested in Pocket come in. And then this day was exceptionally small because it was the creator tournament on a Saturday night. And what's the word I'm searching for? I don't normally stream on Saturdays. I think there's no Misty here. Let's pull the deck up. I actually don't remember. Let me pull the deck list up so we can all remind ourselves. Yes, I did cut the Misties from this build. On 6 basics, like I often talk about. Giovanni, Sabrina, Potion X speed. And this is a good example too, talking about unique cards per deck. Like this Pocket deck has what? 6, 7, 8, 13 unique cards in it? Can you explain the Farfetch'd Kangaskhan split? Yeah, they're good in different matchups. So Kangaskhan is better against Pikachu and better against opposing Starmie EX decks, and Farfetch'd is better against Charizard and better against Mewtwo, and better when you want to be retreating for one and have flexibility on where you're switching in and out. Will you try out Estrals when their client comes out? Yeah, probably. That looks good. I like indie projects. Someone asked, will you try Bazaar? Probably when it comes to mobile. Let's play a few more at this. I'm kind of digging this deck. Greninja. Greninja is one of my favorite cards in this game. And Starmie EX is a powerful pairing for it. Is Lapras EX OP? Actual stream title. The games change, but the gamers making content for them stay the same. Well. Sockman, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Wish Nidoking and Nidoqueen are better. I think Nidoking is really close to, if not is actually a playable card. I think Nidoqueen needs some love. Nidoqueen needs some help. Yeah, I think Nidoking Weezing is close to being competitive. I think we get a Nidoking EX in one of these sets that can flex with that card. Is probably great. Can you poison with the Weezing from the bench? You cannot. They don't have a Weezing evolution here. They're just going to be crunched under our damages. Oh, no! This is a spot where Kangaskhan is very bad, video gamers. Holy brutal. Unlucky. Played myself, shouldn't have played it out. That's fine. Mama's gonna throw hands and we're A-okay. Mama heard me trash talking and was like, listen, I'm gonna put this snake in its place. It's okay, just win your flips. Oh my goodness, they have dark energy in their deck. Wonder if that's intentional or if they misclicked. You haven't played much Pidget lately? Did you have a change of opinion? I think just the stage 2s that like fully die to Pikachu are just a tough sell. It'd be a pretty big payoff. Is there a trick for Wonder Picks? There are 2 things that can improve your Wonder Pick odds. 1, be lucky. 2, don't be unlucky. Let me know if you need me to repeat that so you can write it down. Pick from packs that have multiple cards you want. Yeah, that falls off as an option pretty quickly, though. The thing to understand about the Bent Quarter Pax rumor in Pokemon Pocket is that it is the easiest way to pick out people you should never take game advice from ever again. Because the types of people who are willing to believe conspiracy theories like that tend to be less intelligent on average and have worse game theory understanding of things. My dearest gamers, when the loot box in the gacha game has a problem with it, it gets fixed in hours or days at most. It does not remain broken and bugged. Are you not playing Marvel Snap anymore? My dear gamer in Christ. I played Marvel Snap today, yesterday, and the day before, and I have posted a Marvel Snap deck highlight every day for like the last month. Speaking of getting better at card games, developing object permanence will help you be a much better tactical gamer. The stream title even says more Snap tomorrow. Wow, that gamers would be pretty upset if they could read, I bet. Hey? So with the Ninja next turn, we can clear the Weezing and then Hydro Splash again. We'll see if they have Koga. The lack of object permanence is why I don't play Hand Scope, because I forget what they had after I close the window. Good call, honestly. Know your limits. So, next turn, I'll get to force them to choose between letting me knock out Coughing and letting me knock out Dragonite. We know one of their face-down cards is Weezing here from the Koga. let's Sabrina them before they know I have Greninja. Oh my gosh, writing down cards from a Thoughtseize. There's something I haven't thought about in a long time. Can I take out the Dragonair just in case they have second Dragonite in hand? I don't think that's relevant. I know they have the Weezing. And Dragonite has a retreat cost of 3, so like we're gonna knock it out. If they have the second Dragonite, we're gonna knock it out way before it's relevant. This game was a good example of why the Dragonite deck isn't competitive inside of any of the tournaments. Whilst this Starmie EX deck isn't super popular, it applies a lot of pressure very quickly, like Pikachu EX does, and the Dragonite deck just gets run over. Nine damage for 2 energy is a good rate, yep. Is that what an outlier or a 3-color Dragonite? I mean, the 2-color Dragonite builds are also bad for the reason that I said. It's my all-time favorite Pokemon. Alolan Sandshrew is my all-time favorite. That's why he's in my artwork, despite not being in the game. Oh gosh, chat, we're getting close to needing to do Twitch ads. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll throw our pile of cards up here on the screen. I'm having fun with this one, so we're going to play some more of it when we return. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Subs, I'll be right back in a second. Be right back. Platinum Tiles, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, the Dragonite build I've had the most success with is either the Greninja Dragonite, which frontlines Kangaskhan just because it's not all in on Dragonite, or the dedicated, like, Farfetch'd Kangaskhan Dragonite build, but I think they're all pretty mid. Yeah, I'm playing via LD Player for the first time today. We'll actually have a sponsored video for them up on the channel where I walk through the setup to get it as widescreen as possible. Up tomorrow or Friday. We only have a duck. Like Lightning Pokemon are scary, gamers. Sweet. So, Pokeball versus Research. I wanted to find 2 basics here. So when you want to draw more basics, you want to play your Research and then your Pokeball, because you want more basics in your deck when you research. Our duck is just going to be taking one for the team here this game. If they Zebstrika, they could leave the Farfetch'd alive. But then I get to evolve Greninja plus put an energy on the Farfetch'd, so like it's fine, I think. Ideally, we just top deck our X speed and we finish them. Assume they Zebstrika the Starmie EX here, yeah. I'm so freaking good at Pokemon Pocket, chat. You ever seen someone as good at Pokemon Pocket as I am? Easy. What an easy game. Just draw the cards you need. Whoop. Moosh. I think there'll ever be a native PC port for this game. I would expect a Nintendo Switch port before a native PC port. Give me that Starmie. I want a second one, chat. We're lucky that we keep drawing my full art one. I would unironically love to play this on my Switch. I think you could easily make it play really well on the Switch. Going second and I have Starmie EX. Gosh, this game is easy. I think it was such a baffling, boneheaded move by Disney and Lorcana for them to cease and desist the fan-made client that was active without them having their own digital client ready to go. Like, very obviously they wouldn't want the fan-made client hanging around if they were going to try and monetize their own thing, but shutting it down before they had their own all good to go is very silly. What's going on, Atlash? Thanks for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Them putting the energy on the active Mewtwo is so good for us, because it means the Starmie's gonna just clean them out. Oh my gosh, should I hit the Frogadair too? So good, chat. I think in my opponent's spot here, they were supposed to put the energy on the bench Mewtwo and start building that one up, giving up the active one to the Starmie here. Now they're going to be behind in match points and tempo. Please Please, for the love of God, don't actually tell me that the Pixelborn client wasn't technically sent to cease and desist. That was functionally what happened, and you know as well as I do that that's the case. I do not care about the legal distinction. If the end result was he turned it off, it was functionally the same. All right, gamers, it is 3:30, and I am trying to strike a more regular, predictable work-life balance so I can be present in the home. So my goal is to do about 6 hours per day, and some days we'll do more, and some days we'll do... we'll probably always do at least 6. If you missed it, to plug what we played yesterday, Promo Mankey is out, and it's very reasonable. Feels super competitive. This Mankey deck has a highlight up on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. If you haven't checked that out, you should go ahead and watch that and give it a thumbs up. Appreciate everybody that's over there. I'm planning to be back again tomorrow to do a nice full day yet again. I'm going to be playing Pokemon Pocket to start in the morning, and I'll be doing Marvel Snap second. For the regulars who haven't been here for me to talk about my new schedule, my plan is to alternate which games I'm doing in which segments every single day throughout the week. So we'll do Pokemon Pocket in the afternoons on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we'll do it in the mornings on Tuesday and Thursday, and then Snap will alternate with about 3 to 4 hours of each every single day, Monday through Friday. People ask about the tournament. There's tons of tournaments up on Limitless TCG. I could just go ahead and highlight that here while I've got my screen shared. If you haven't checked them out, you should play in some things if you've got some time. So there is a... when is it? Is that the 8th is Friday night. Is this one that has 500 people registered for it already. I think I'm going to play in that one, and I may or may not play in this one on Saturday afternoon. I have to look at what the schedule is with the family. So I'll be back tomorrow for a nice full stream. We'll be playing some tournaments this weekend, probably off stream. And if we have good content or good runs, I'll probably upload to YouTube. There's a ton of stuff going on here. Almost all of these. I think all of them are free to enter, yeah? Find someone to raid here on the Twitch side. Speaking of Ursi's the one that's running the Saturday tournament. You should check them out. I'm gonna go ahead and raid you over into their channel. They're making some excellent content here most days of the week. Do you win money if you win the tournament? Some of the tournaments have prizes. So like Ursi's has a 350 USD prize. I think this one on Friday usually has some type of nominal cash associated with it, but nothing crazy. Check out Ursi. I'm off. See you in the morning, gamers. Brian Viridian, thank you for the 19 months on the way out the door. Bye.